What's going on, guys? Jurassic here. Today, we're going to be over inside of the Parrot Head sector once again to hit the triple platinum hotspot. This time around, however, we actually have our fleet carrier fully set up to grab everything that we need, which we were missing last time. It turns out that you do need to have the armory segment installed on your fleet carrier. That way you're able to get the limpets. That's going to be an essential thing unless you happen to find another commander who happens to have one installed in the area, which, surprising, there is quite a bit of fleet carriers here with them and quite a bit without them. But last time we got stopped in the middle. I didn't realize there's actually a hub here. Huh. But last time we got stopped in the middle of doing it from an update, so I'm kind of curious to see like how much one night of mining inside the triple platinum hotspot region we can actually make. Guess we're like an in-between area, so it should be this big guy right here. And for anyone worried about carrier space, this system actually has a lot of space for fleet carriers. There's at least like 5 different spots where it shows 16 different fleet carriers, so it seems to be making plenty of room. Which is good, especially being out in the middle of nowhere. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh yeah, at the top of the screen we have a layout showing how many limpets we currently have, and as our cargo goes up, that number should go up and the limpet count should go down. That way people can keep an estimated track. And the platinum estimated credits, that's going to be completely off of how much we've actually made throughout the night for the default value of platinum. If we happen to find a better place to sell, then that value will go up quite a bit, but that way people can kind of get like a little bit of an estimate on how much they roughly we're going to earn in one session. And thankfully, the Parrot's Head sector is actually not too far away from the bubble. It's only 2 jumps. Where if we found one like super far away, then it would definitely take a lot longer to get there. You're looking for the one right here at the bottom where they're all right next to each other. Or that big ginormous circle over there on the side. So we're using the Clipper Mk II again. We could swap a little bit more storage technically. I think there was like one pre-engineered slot that we were not actually using where we could, which would get us just a little bit extra storage. But I mean, honestly, 832 is not too bad of a trip when it's by itself anyways. So once we'll fill up, we'll just move back and forth like that. So we'll try to land like in this real bright, vibrant area. If you guys missed it, we did do a whole bunch of exploring last time. We made about 245 million from that one trip. We could have made a little bit more, but we were going for more of first discoveries compared to just like focusing completely on maximum profit. I think if we did a stream just like solely on profit though, I'm kind of curious to see like how much we would actually make at the end of the night if we were only going for Tectonicas. But then that also begs the question, you know, like following a whole bunch of filters, it'd be kind of hard to like track down and see like where exactly you'd want to actually stop in at, since Spanch is only going to record places that Commander's already previously gone to. Yeah, I don't know if it was a good thing that people actually colonize this sector. I guess they focus solely on security, then it won't be too bad. Oh, I forgot to do ED. Oh, let's see here.
Asteroid scan complete.
Starting the ED co-pilot main process. Please stand by.
Where did I? There we go. 12% platinum, so we're going to leave that one. So our goal for tonight is to see how much money we can actually make. I still think that mining's probably going to be the highest profitability slider in the game. If you were just focusing solely on like the best possible planets to go to when it comes to Stratum, then you probably would inch out a little bit more when it comes to exploring. But that'd be kind of RNG, since you would have to be going to a system that hadn't been found for the higher yield bonus.
Module ED co-pilot reporting for duty. I'll be fully operational shortly, Commander.
47%, we'll take it.
Is on, but your primary fire keybind has not been set to a key press keybind. Auto firing of the discovery scanner.
And don't worry, one of these days I'm actually going to fix that issue. But today is not one of those days.
Systems and station data has been updated.
Alright, so let's go and drop that.
Last tick was 8 hours and 41 minutes ago.
Tried a different style power plant this time because I was curious to see if this one would work a little bit better.
Where have you been? I was beginning to think you were being unfaithful. It's not that damn acid atmosphere, is it? Surely it can't be Star Citizen. All subroutines loaded to online. What 8 crazy
Oh, I completely forgot. Hold on.
We're in Parrot's Head sector, L-YD83. We're aboard your
What would be a good theme for a mining ship?
nickel levels now at 99.7%.
Oop. I'm moving.
This ship is 21.35 light years.
I think we might go with the same Raptor green that we had for the exploration ship.
Well, you wasted a prospector on that depleted asteroid. Well done, you big smeg head.
Alright, so we'll do that one later. For the Basilisk, that one kind of looks like a mining.
Until it isn't, when everything kicks off.
There we go, this one looks kind of futuristic. Alright, so once again our goal for tonight is going to be to try to get as much platinum as possible here. Theoretically, we should roughly be able to fill up at least 832, but hopefully we can get to like the 1600 mark or so, and then we can actually see like how much one night of mining would be worth.
Nothing of interest detected.
6%.
But check for deposit.
If anything's underneath like 30%, we'll probably just ignore it.
The prospector has detected a Gaullite percent concentration of 47.4, though you haven't flagged this as of interest. Double check your preferences on the prospector announcement panel, as I will not announce these non-flagged minerals anymore this session.
The only thing that we really care about tonight is going to be platinum. Osmium's also going to be like a small like side bonus. It's not really worth too much though. But we'll try to go for that, and then I don't know if it would be any good to have a stream focused on cores or not. The thing is, core mining is going to be one of those like completely RNG things, and there's no guarantee that we'll be finding a lot of cores. So I don't know if that would be like another fun one to have for like a mining night, or if I should focus on laser mining. Laser mining is always consistent because, well, you go to one spot and you know for a fact it's going to be there. Somewhere in the area.
Commander, we've detected a minor fault in the secondary power coupling. We're addressing it now, and it shouldn't affect our operations.
Alright, Mr. Prospector, find us something good.
Prospector says no. Well, actually, it sounds more like a constipated modem, but you
I mean,
can't.
20% with high engineering materials though, so I mean, we may as well grab this one. It's a little bit lower than I was wanting. But the collector limits will be following us anyway, so it's fine. Alright, so we have everything centered on weapons. This time around, I swapped to a monster power plant just because I was wanting to see if it would be able to, like, outpower it, but I think we're still better off going with the emissions and the thermal spread. But this one was more of an experiment to see how well it would actually perform. That better not be a pirate. So compared to last time, it definitely has a lot more like crooks in this area. So I don't remember anybody scanning us. So it's really interesting how quick this system developed. So I guess the good thing is if you wanted just to take your exploration ship out here, you could do that, and then you could call your mining ship while your fleet carrier is like getting sent to the area. The only downside is though is, well, mining ships don't really have the best range most of the time, so I don't think you're really going to be able to take too much advantage to having this place actually colonized. Like, I can understand a place like next to the triple platinum spot, but having it colonized here, that's just going to introduce like the possibility of having pirate spawn, so I'm not sure what the advantage would be. Unless someday you get a higher sell value for systems that you own, then you could kind of see that being useful. Hold on. Alright, there we go.
Properly, but I suggest we increase the dampening level during our next maneuver to ensure crew comfort.
Alright, so we got that one finished. Once again, the easiest way to not get lost is basically just pick a place on the map and fly towards there. As long as it's like a planet or something in the background, it's kind of hard to like figure out where you're going, especially in the asteroid field since a lot of it looks similar. But we'll try to grab this one on the outside first, then we'll start looping back towards the planet itself. Alright.
Prospector says no. In binary, of course.
Asteroid scan complete.
And let's see, so we've got the planet this way. You know, I didn't actually notice, but the HUD change actually changes the color of the bobbleheads too. That's kind of cool. Huh. I don't really see any that really like scream mining per se.
The prospector hasn't reported anything of interest, but check your left panel.
There's a lot of purples, there's a lot of blues, but nothing really looks like industrial. One second, just looking through the color list real quick. Let's see. I think we'll go back to Raptor. There we go. This is the one that we use for our exploration ship, and it has a little bit more like futuristic alien tech, which I think kind of fits along with what we're going with.
So be sure to take necessary precautions.
Ah, just a little bit. Find us something good.
Prospector
57%, that's not too bad at all. I'm sorry about the little bit slower content recently. Been getting over a slight cold and trying to play catch up a little bit. Next week though, I think we'll be back to having everything back to daily. The bigger power plant definitely lets us shoot a little bit longer, but it still heats up fairly quickly. But I think if we had the right setup on an 8A power plant, then it shouldn't have any issues. Now, why would you come here compared to just like Capricorn B, for example? If you're wanting just to do it in Capricorn B, that's completely fine. This has a higher percentage to drop more of the 66% platinum rocks. It's not guaranteed to be like hugely different than yours though. It's just it has a higher chance of having platinum here. So if you don't have access to a fleet carrier, then it's still probably best to do Capricorn B since you have more places you can actually sell to.
Promising, but check for deposits.
Asteroid scan complete. Collector expired.
Just based on the fact that it's kind of hard to sell the stuff. Now, if the station here is buying at a high price, then obviously that's a totally different story. And you can just use the exploration ship, come here, and then just have one dedicated mining ship just stay permanently here. For laser mining, at least.
No cores or minerals of interest detected. Check for any surface or subsurface deposits.
Complete.
You might
Notice that there's not many surface deposits here either compared to Capricorn B. I don't remember any last time, really, that was popped up too frequently. It was server refresh night, so I mean, maybe everyone else has just come all the way through here. It could be that the other place just isn't as popular anymore, too, since this one has been discovered. 7%.
Commander, unlucky boss. Try another one. Keep looking.
I guess we'll go with 23.
I've completed the diagnostic on the engine's cooling system.
Asteroid scan.
Everything looks good, and we should have no problems for the next few months.
So last time we found, basically, as soon as you start finding like one that has a high 66% one, it seems like there's going to be another 66% one like literally right next to it. I don't know why, but it just seems to be more frequent in this area next to each other like that. Also, theoretically, I believe you can get it up to like 1,000 technically cargo capacity for your mining ship if you did like tweak a little bit of stuff on here. But I feel like we would be kind of losing some extra advantages, so that's why we went with 832. If you went with the Mark II cargo rack though, you could squeeze out, I think, an extra 100
You have to.
cargo.
Sorry, wrong franchise.
But since this isn't technically out to the public yet, we just have more of a generic build. Still more than most mining ships, though. Curious to see like how the Type 11 is going to do when it comes to it, because I feel like this being like such a good cargo hauling and mining ship, it's going to be really hard to compete with it. Unless there's like some huge advantage to the Type 11 that I just haven't quite figured out or understood yet. That is a possibility.
No cause detected.
22. We are doing awful tonight so far, percentages.
Commander, the gravimetric stabilizers are operating smoothly, but I've noticed some vibration.
So I think this time we'll fill up to the 832, we'll drop off, then next time we'll drop on the actual name and see if that's a little bit better for us. I went to a vibrant area because I'm pretty sure that they're staggered platinum spots, unless they're literally like right on top of each other. By the way, for anyone new to mining, if you have your bottom lasers shoot second, that's going to allow most of the fragments to automatically drop down on the bottom, which will allow your collector limits a quicker time to actually gather them. Which is why we always stagger our shots there. And if you're worried about jump range, some commanders recommend using a D-class D-class collector, mainly because of the reduced weight. Even though they have a shorter shelf life and they won't be able to follow as long, it will give you a little bit more jump range if you're wanting to go with that kind of route over it. No. What? No, this is actually Elite Dangerous. We do play No Man's Sky also on the channel, though. But currently tonight, we are mining for platinum.
Laughing its ass off at you. Try again, maybe.
Asteroid scan
I have no clue why ED Copilot thinks platinum is bad. Yeah, Elite Dangerous is super chill. Has a whole lot of different things that you're actually able to do inside the game. One of them is mining. You can do exploration. You can do ground combat. You can do ship combat. You can fight aliens. It's got like a little bit of everything. This is the safest route when it comes to mining. You can also do core mining, but you have a lot higher chance of actually like blowing yourself up with it. Although we could technically swap over to our core mining ship and see if there's any cores here too.
I think we wasted
54%, there we go.
Asteroid scan complete.
I think it's still getting a little bit more.
chromium now at 99.6% full.
Alright, so the rest of that's junk, and then we have a couple different engineering materials, which we might already have full. I still think this is probably going to be my favorite HUD color for Elite. I really like the green style.
Keep an eye out for pulsating stars. They explain
Plus it matches sort of like a late night vision.
some can be used as a measure of distance to other galaxies.
Temperature control. Asteroid depleted.
You know what? Let's get the one next to him. Looks like so far we got about 100 platinum or so. Now the cool thing about mining, it also gives you a lot of grade 1 engineering material, like the chromium. That's not going to fill up your inventory, it's just going to be in its own separate little folder.
Prospector is laughing its ass off at you.
Yeah, that one had nothing. Whenever it says no valid collection targets, that means basically you've got the max that you're able to inside of that area. You might have like one or two lagging behind collectors that are still grabbing all the things for you.
We're now full of vanadium.
Wait for the prospector to hit the asteroid, we'll see what's inside of it. Basically tonight though, our goal is going to be to get as much platinum as possible and really see like what we can do in like a 5-6 hour stream. Because last time I think it was only what, like 2.5 hours or so before the server like completely shut down on us, so we didn't really get like a full experience of the Parrot Head sector.
Life cycle, and we should take advantage of this opportunity to study.
Prospector says
43%, we'll take it.
Asteroid scan complete.
And you could also run with a shield if you want on your mining builds. The reason why we don't is just to opt for a little bit more storage. But it's totally okay if you run a small shield. You'll just lose out on not really too much. I think it's like 16 storage or so. Some people recommend it as a must. Some people say you can go without it. I typically just go without it, but either way it works. And we do currently have 5 different mining lasers being ran right now. That basically just opens up the asteroids much quicker. And whenever we get a cargo bay full, Usually that's either going to be your refinery is lagging a little bit behind, so it hasn't processed the minerals, which means it's not actually able to do it. Or you might accidentally have picked up like 1 or 2 extra things along the way. Or another possibility is you have more platinum than your limpets and you just have to drop about 10 limpets or so. It's always better to have more limpets than you need, and then drop it compared to not enough, then you're having to like run back and forth to your ship a whole bunch.
You Muppet, we already have
Complete.
Alright, so that one's already done. And we'll get this one in front of us. So if you're wondering why you're flying slow, if you have your cargo scoop deployed or your landing gear, that's basically going to act as a slight emergency brake. So it's going to add a lot of drag to your ship and make you slow down a bunch.
Unexpected parameters.
I know space doesn't have airflow, so I don't know if drag's like the full correct word for space flight. But basically it just acts as a someone braking your ship, so it's going to be moving much slower for its max speed. Alright, let's see what we end up getting here.
The prospector has
37%.
anything of interest, but check your left panel.
Asteroid scan complete.
Now another thing we haven't actually tried yet, which maybe we'll try next time when it comes to mining, we can also go inside of a combat zone, but obviously you have a higher chance of actually finding pirates when you're doing that. But it does come with a better yield opportunity since it does have a multiplier on it, so it does kind of even itself out too. Make sure your cargo swoop's deployed, that we can actually get the loot. So if you had a higher prospector, basically you'd be able to shoot multiple rocks at a time and be able to like plan out your route while you're waiting for the collectors to grab everything. Our prospector is just a grade 1, so we are only allowed 1 prospector at a time.
I've just completed a check on the ship's
There it
weapon
goes.
systems, and everything seems to be in good order. We shouldn't have any trouble.
When it comes to the Clipper, you want to be aiming a little bit higher than you think, since it's like literally coming out of the nose of your ship.
Looks like there's
Ooh,
cargo,
45, perfect.
but check the contacts panel anyway.
Asteroid scan complete.
And good news is, whoever colonized this place seems like they really focused on security, so I don't think you'll be running into too many like pirate issues around here. Alright, it's got it 50% down already. And if you really wanted to, you could also run with less mining lasers too. This is just going to be to crack it faster though.
The prospector can't see anything of interest.
2%.
Double check your panel before we move on.
Asteroid scan complete.
There we go. Give us a little bit of extra breathing room around there. You a mining master now? Something like that. I've been following the advice of like Jasper and a lot of like the real big mining people. How you doing tonight, friends? I wouldn't necessarily say master, but Monday nights basically we have dedicated to mining. Plus I think this is my favorite one so far since I got all the
Detected. Any
parts for my streamer bot actually working for mining. So I think it's really cool to actually see it in like real time. Even though I'm underestimating the value of what we can get, but
You might say
we'll keep it realistic, and then if we find much better, then we'll sell much better.
they can contain thousands of galaxies, and studying them can tell us a lot about the structure of the universe.
Hi, Mr. Limpet. What do you actually see? You missed it, though. Last stream was all dedicated to pure exploration. Although I didn't actually do what I was hoping for. I was wanting to focus on profit, but I ended up getting kind of sucked into first footfalls the entire time. Which, I mean, it was needed for the event anyway, so I'm glad I did it. But I was kind of wanting to focus more on money, and I definitely did not end up doing that. I figured out how to, though. Thankfully, a viewer was able to tell me, like, what exactly to set up inside of Spanish or to, like, filter for it. Good. Finally succumbed to Marble Rivals. Ah, I thought you said you would never play that game. I have actually jumped on the Neutron. It took me about an hour, I think a little bit over an hour to get from Sol all the way out to the Sol Nebula. Or kind of close to Sol Nebula. I got distracted in Hyperworld. And every system I found there was basically undiscovered, so I was able to find like a ton of first footfalls. I think I ended up turning in like 80 or so. And I learned that Exobio pays way, way more than just planetary scans. You still get a decent amount from planetary scans, but nowhere near what Exobio can give you. I think it was like, I want to say like 10 or 15 million versus like 400 or something. Friend IRL said she'd be willing to gift me a skin as long as I play with them whenever they want, which is my caveat for actually playing.
Engaging encouragement mode. Come on, Commander. I know you can do this.
Did you end up getting the skin then? Finally got all my plugins like actually set up so far. I got Observatory for exploration. I got ED Copilot running, which I just like it for the space chatter, especially when I'm by myself. It sort of makes it feel a little bit more immersive. My EDHM's finally working again, although it's missing some features that I liked, but I guess they just had to scan it. Got a few. I'm not going to go overboard, even if they're willing, but I got a few and the pass. Oh, nice. Congratulations. Lydium.
Double check your panel before we move on.
I'm going to be 100% honest with you. No, and I kept doing it correctly, and I was really disappointed with myself. So, when I was trying to make like my video guide on how to actually do it, I kept doing it successfully, like even like purposely boosting into it, trying to blow myself up. So then I finally got to the point where I was annoyed enough and like actually purposely like flew inside the middle of it. Once you go inside the middle of a white dwarf, they do not actually treat you very friendly. But it's honestly not too bad. I think I have more frequent time of getting knocked out of Super Cruise from a sun than I do from getting knocked out from a white dwarf. And I don't know if it's just easy to me because I don't use the orbital lines, like maybe that psychs a bunch of people out, but I didn't really find it too hard to do. And I think so far I've done it in a,
At optimal levels.
I think it was a Corvette, a Mandalay,
Or temperature.
and I believe the Phantom. So a couple different range of ships. Basically just have to clip the wing on the side in order to get the boost though. Same exact situation for me. It was hyped up as this big bag evil difficult thing and I could die easily, and my first time did it on a white dwarf, which is apparently harder than the neutrons. So the white dwarfs have a smaller zone, so technically it has a higher opportunity to knock you outside of that boost range. Yeah, it's not too bad. Now I just leave it as the default of use the plotter. I think it might be... Aim that one a little bad. I think it still might be a little bit nerve-wracking to try to do it when it comes to like a ship of cargo though. So I'd probably still avoid it whenever it came to that, but
Prospector says no.
yeah, when I'm empty, then yeah, I'm fine with doing the neutron highways or white dwarfs. And thankfully, last time when I was exploring, I learned that you don't actually need a AFMU, or sorry, you don't need limpets with an AMFU, so you can actually repair your stuff without one. Because I completely forgot to grab limpets before I left,
Formed as the black hole sucks in matter from its surroundings.
which could have been bad.
I'm
28%.
Asteroid scan complete.
And I'm planning to play a whole bunch of different games for October also alongside Elite Dangerous. I think I'm going to be doing Prey from 2017, which Fozel recommended me to do the DLC for too, which I think I have anyway, so I'll probably do that. I'll try Chronos New Dawn out, then I think like 1 or 2 other games, but I think those are the 2 biggest ones. Yeah, I'm gonna to get into the Halloween spirit. Unless they sort of vibe with the sci-fi style that we've been going with. So far, everything's looking pretty good. Oh, that's what that banner was for. Thanks for subscribing, again, friends. I was wondering why Twitch randomly popped up saying something about you're really close to your next subscriber goal.
I suggest we take a few minutes to reinforce them.
Really gotta get a custom thing made for that too. I'm working back outside though. I seem to keep getting sick and then it keeps making me like super tired, so I just have to figure out a way to plan my stuff out a little bit better. Alright, so let's see here. Oh, you know, I was thinking about eventually doing like a core mining thing. Have you played Alien Isolation ever? Could give it a good try if you're still playing a lineup since it's both spooky and sci-fi. I don't think I have, but I think it is on Game Pass. I know a lot of these are like single player games, so I don't know like how many hours they actually have to them. But since we usually stream for like, well, it depends if I'm working the next day or not, but usually it's like 6, 7, 8 hours at a time. I feel like a lot of those single player games we could probably beat in October. So I can definitely add that to the list. I think that one's even on Game Pass if I remember correctly. Cargo bay still full?
Crew, we could soon see a supernova explosion in the nearby star system. This is a powerful explosion that will briefly outshine the entire galaxy.
And I learned the Enris just really hates where I live. So the only good time to see planets like really clearly where I live is only in the winter time. Also Soma, if you heard of it. I think so, that's the underwater one, right? You can easily pump out the game in like 2 to 3 streams if you're really taking your time.
Check your left panel.
Asteroid scan complete.
Yeah, we could try that. Probably trickle it in some between everything else, but dealing with AI stuff. I think I saw FaZe Jev play that game like a really long time ago. That's the only thing I remember though. I think that's the one underwater. I don't remember any of the answers to the puzzles or anything either.
Nothing detected here.
15%.
Asteroid scan complete.
I have to figure out good nights to do that in though.
Vector limit failed.
It's underwater, but you don't discover that right away. Oh, I only remember the underwater part.
Says no. Well, actually, it sounds more.
Like I said, though, it was a video, so I might have accidentally watched a couple videos into his series, or he just skipped the boring parts, one of the two.
Slightly warmer. This can give us clues about the early universe.
But I think I watched it in, what, 2016 when it came out or something, so it's been a long time. %. Took it a little bit too far that time. It's one of my favorite games. I watched Markiplier play it, and then I got it myself, and easy recommend to anyone who can handle horror. Well, I don't exactly like horror games. I've played a few of them though. But horror games definitely not my favorite category. I don't know. I guess my brain's just wired kind of odd. Like, when it comes to zombies and vampires, witches, like, none of those movies ever scare me. But like the slasher movies and like Friday the 13th and stuff I can't stand.
It looks like we already mined this one.
Although I can play Dead by Daylight just fine, but those kind of movies I just
Crew, we
I don't
need
know.
to replace the fusion
I just don't
reactor
like.
system before it fails. It's a priority task.
No causing that.
35%.
Asteroid scan complete.
Hey, this is the first time we've seen a surface deposit in a long time. Have to do some research and see if I can figure out like which system would be best. The horror bit is the most essential than the monsters, even though those are part of the game too. It makes you think and question your reality while playing. Kind of surprised we haven't seen like a good like AAA Alien game yet. The movie franchises, they keep like pumping out movies, so they know that there's some sort of demand there, but no one ever like does like a really good like modern day style Alien game. I think last one was what, Fireteam Elite or something, and that had a lot of like issues with it. I think Alien Isolation was praised when it first came out, but that one's been a while too.
As we travel through this region, we will encounter a dark nebula, cloud of blasting gas that obscures the light from the stars.
We already mined this
It will be a challenge to study, but we might be able to learn more about the process of star formation.
I mean, honestly, it'd be kind of cool if they made a horror game out of the Terminator series. Can you imagine how scary it would be if, like, you were actually having to fight the robots inside the world? That'd be really cool. Oh, it's great. Has a ton of cargo. It's really good for mining, cargo hauling. I wouldn't say it's the best like exploration ship though, but
This refinery won't fill itself.
anything that requires cargo it's fantastic with. I don't know if this is going to be replacing the Type 11 though, because I'm really curious to see like how the Type 11 is going to come into play. Still got a Python for my mining. Nice. Yeah, so this big dude holds up to 832 tons, so basically it's going to be the big brother to like the Type 9 for mining. Python though, it still has a little bit better handling. This dude handles decent though for its size. People's control the IP only want studios to make the survival horror and teamwork shooters. Meanwhile, everyone wants the Alien vs. Predator sequels. Yeah, but I don't know. The AVP seems to always have like weird storylines. Like it doesn't do as well as just the aliens themselves.
The environmental control systems are functioning perfectly, and I've completed a routine air quality.
Like Requiem, for example. I don't know if they'd be able to pull off something like that with Predator. Love mining on my T6, open up so much for me, and now I don't have to worry about credits. Hey, there you go. Yeah, I was waiting to see if anyone wanted to come out here before I jump my fleet carrier, but now it's a little bit too late. If you happen to fly out here in your exploration ship, though, you're welcome to join me and call your mining ship here. We're over inside of the Parrot Head sector, so we'll be able to get the triple platinum yield. It's just it's a little bit far away from the bubble. But honestly, I like the Python too. Like, that's my go-to for a lot of things when it comes to mining. Even like core mining, I still use the Python over other ships. Unless the Type 11 is supposed to replace the Python, but I don't know. Curious to see where it sits. So I know it's going to come with like default a few like mining spots that only fit in mining and like an actual forced cargo, or not forced cargo bay, a forced hangar bay. Like the look of the T11? Yeah, I do too. I'm just curious to see like the functionality of it. And I think we're supposed to get like a new type of limpet or something too along the way. From a gameplay perspective, AP was a lightning in a bottle. I don't think they can replicate the same success if it had. You know, it was brief unless they did remake like a Dead Space. Maybe. Dead Space, they spent a lot of time with like creepy sounds, so they really like wanted it to have the good atmosphere. I don't know if they'd be able to replicate that. Because Dead Space did it like Jurassic Park, where they made all their sounds completely custom. Which is kind of crazy to think about how many things that we associate to dinosaurs actually being like modern day animals. It'd be funny if a T-Rex just sounded like a little dog barking. Alright, Mr. Limpet, what are we going to find? Oh yeah, they also have their park builder coming out, what, end of October? Speaking of dinosaurs.
I know you can do this. No cause detected, Commander.
T-Rex being a lion and an elephant are something in the mix, but they physically couldn't roar IRL. It was mainly grunts and snorts. Well, that's where science is always confusing. There's no real way to really tell, since we don't have, like, we're using modern day logic that doesn't always fit with everything. So it'll be interesting to see what they actually did sound like. Just like assuming that everything had like feathers. I mean, it fits in like modern day logic, but if things were just different, because I mean, that's what, millions of years worth of evolution, like there could have been a whole different skin type that we just don't have anymore. That was the reason why they got wiped out, is because they had to adapt. Or some crazy thing like that. The only thing that we know so far is that fish are the longest living species on the planet. Even though technically chicken is supposedly related to a T-Rex. Sharks have existed longer than trees is always a fun fact. You never know how to pronounce the fish, but that coal something or another fish, that thing's still around too. And technically all the sharks that used to exist did technically die off and a whole new breed of them got made. So I think the Colanthesis, I believe it's called. I think that's physically the longest living animal so far in modern history. Since they have found it's still around. Deep in the ocean, so I mean, there's a possibility that there's other older fish species still alive somewhere out there. Discovery Channel keeps wanting to push the megalodons are alive, but you can choose to believe that or not.
Check your left panel.
Yeah, I just don't know how to pronounce that. But yeah, that fish. They found like a few actual modern day like living specimen of it. And it's been recorded multiple times in a few different spots, so those are one of the few prehistoric species that are still actually alive. They move super slow, but they're still alive. And crocodiles, obviously. They have that genius of species also has been around for quite a while. Coelacanth? 3, 2, there we go. Now I'll go with the yeah, basically. That's basically a passing grade. Yeah, it's crazy to think that that species technically outlived everything. Where a lot of things have had to, like, evolve to fit. Conth? Is that how you think it's pronounced?
The prospector can't see any.
Ooh, 58.
Double check your panel before we move on.
Asteroid scan complete.
Other A like can't? Ah, gotcha. This time of year is always great. You start the morning out in 80-degree weather and then you end it at like 40 degrees. Alright, so let's swap that out. Evolution is always good enough to procreate, so if it's still working for them, they don't need to change it up. Yeah, that's true. Well, the real question is if NASA or anyone actually did do like a repopulation thing, would it be smart to do it on Earth, or would it be smarter to like try to make those animals survive on a whole different planet?
The shields are holding up well, but I've noticed some power fluctuations in the main generator.
Sort of like how they're wanting to bring back, what, the mammoth and direwolf and stuff? We found a planet with oxygen. I wonder if the first thing would be to send humans out there to try and live on, or if, would it be to like send a species out there and see if they're able to live?
Prospector says no. Try again.
Asteroid scan complete.
That's the plot of Icarus? Yeah. Yeah, but that game's hard to live. And technically Icarus has a lot of very weird missions too, like these group of people want you to build a cabin for them, but they don't know how, so we're going to send you to do the mission. You have to reach a certain reputation before you're able to learn this cabin though, however. Is that going to hit or is it going to miss? I think it's going to hit. Let's go to... Oh, no, it did hit. 9%. Not worth it.
Prospector limpet on that one. Unlucky, skipper. Try another one.
I saw that Subnautica 2 is going to be releasing at some point in 2026. That'll be interesting to have like a co-op game. The only thing I disliked about Subnautica is I wasn't smart enough to figure out like where all the blueprints were.
The diagnostics on the propulsion system. Everything is working perfectly.
Prospector says no.
That said, I know you could have just like looked up and seen like the general region, but I was trying to play it like the proper way, and I don't know. I always got lost like trying to figure out where the submarine parts were, so I never got to fully experience it. And then I got annoyed.
Nothing of interest detected.
16.
But check
Do you like the idea of sending wildlife to kickstart a biosphere before sending humans? I wish there were more movies and games within that idea. Yeah, I mean, it makes the most sense. Like, if you find a world that is breathable by humans, why just sit there and, like, you have no food source? If you send the food source first, let them prosper, and then you bring the humans, you know, and basically you just need to fly in a whole home, and then boom. Yeah, you've set up your base camp. Or you've introduced a whole bunch of species that are now going to be mutated and designed to really hate humanity.
check the contacts panel anyway.
Ah, we took it a little hot that time. There we go. So experimenting with different power plants this time, so I tried the monster power plant out this time just to see if it would be able to like brute force it and have like a little bit longer time to shoot. I don't think it's going to be better than having the low emissions with the thermal spread. I wanted to see if it would last longer. I mean, it seems to be working though. It's about the same as last time.
Long franchise.
Also, Starfield is set up like a really cool Star Wars mod, so I was thinking about buying Starfield on on my PC since I can't actually do the mod on Windows, and trying it out for myself. So that might be a possibility too for one of these days.
Looks pretty sad. Maybe we should stick to bounty hunting.
Funny thing is, so far, pretty sure bounty hunting is the least amount of money you're able to make in this game. Like, hauling pays decent, mining pays a lot, exploration doesn't really pay that much, but exobio pays a ton. Assuming you find the right species. Yeah, they need to overhaul bounty hunting. What would you have them do different? Yeah, I think my previous setup with my last power plant was working a little bit better for us.
The gravimetric sensors are indicating a slight deviation from expected readings. It could be a minor calibration issue or something more significant.
An easy fix would be to up the amount of KWS gifts. Oh, that's a good point. Hello, the Pale Horseman. How are you doing tonight, Commander? Because it seems like if you're just like purely going for combat and you're not trying to grab like many missions or anything, I think a full night of like combat was like, I want to say it was like 60 million, if it was even that, just from like purely killing things, because that's what we were trying to see, like how much it would end up being. Plus, you don't necessarily have like a guaranteed spawn of condas or like the bigger ships, which often pay more. Even in like a high resource area. Double or 4 times the payload with a kill scanner and give it more variance. Then look at this area. Just be lucky and then find your target. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that they don't have more missions that like mix in ground and air combat. Because they could do like LHS 20 settlement. It's really starting to cause trouble for us. We need you to clear out some ground targets and some air targets and fully clear them out of the zone. Or something like that.
We may soon witness a gameplay burst from a distant galaxy.
Good, just out touching some digital grass. Oh, exobio, nice. That's what we did last time. All right, now I have to ask: are you actually touching the Tusik, or just literally doing exobio? I figured I'd ask since that one actually does look like proper grass. And if you haven't tried it yet, the observatory plugin helps a lot with exobio. Binary is full. Saw the video pretty good. Hey, Adel! How you doing tonight? Yeah, after your tip, I decided to make it into a video. And then, ironically, I made that video like 2 days ago. It was like right after the stream, actually. I was going to record the next bit. And then they had the server just like randomly crash on us. So then I had to re-record everything since it all got messed up. Well, they haven't mixed up because a lot of people haven't bought Odyssey yet, out of principle, and maybe never will. So they will give people who don't own it a way to interact with the systems. Run Observatory and SRV survey when I'm out, and others.
It could be a minor issue, but
Grinding the last 13% to my Imperial cutter. Nice! What exactly are you going to be doing with your cutter again? And are you doing data courier missions, or what are you actually doing for your method? I don't think I've tried SRV survey. I might have to look into that program. I'm noticing that this game is like very, not really resource taxive, but then you have like 5,000 plugins that also go with it. Probably cargo for my carrier mostly. Oh, nice. I used to use my cutter exclusively until the Clipper came out. A lot of people don't like the cutter, but honestly, I don't know. I enjoyed the cutter. And it's got really good jump range too. I believe when mine was full, I was able to get like 30 or so jump range with it. And then when it wasn't full, I was able to get like up to 50. Now that is with the Guardian boost, so don't get me wrong. It still had some extra boost capabilities, but I think it's a decent ship. Passengers seem to work better, so Orca and passengers, but doing every credit donation mission at every station as well. I don't think I ever tried the passenger one. The credit ones are super nice and easy though. It's a really good way to grind out merits too. They won't be stopping it in. Cutter goes room, really, but doesn't like stopping.
However, we need to check the Mk II scrubbers and replace any filters that are dirty.
I will give you that the cutter's brakes aren't exactly the best.
Asteroid scan complete.
Or are you talking about the Orca? Because don't expect to be stopping quick either in the cutter. I'm just leaving auto docking on. Ah, okay. I think you should be mostly okay with the cutter. If I remember correctly, it's one of those weird ships that
Asteroid scan.
don't exactly fit in the mail slots all the time when you're using auto. If I remember if that's the right one or not. You don't need to brake when you have a station. Is there anything good to do in the Orca? I have noticed that this game, kind of like other games, where there's a lot of meta ships, and then most of the ships that are no longer in their prime, there's no like real purpose to them anymore. Which is kind of sad, but there's a lot of ships out there that I haven't purchased, and I'm sure as the years progress, there'll be even more ships that commanders won't purchase because just better ones are there. You can do a lot in Orca, but the only real niche it fits is luxury cabins.
Check for any surface or subsurface deposits.
Asteroid scan.
Ah. So you're basically the space. Well, I wasn't going to say something fancy, but
Days, we may encounter cosmic
okay, so that's it.
extremely energetic explosion that
But it's not the beluga.
These bursts can come from many sources and are of great interest to scientists.
The space limousine? Space ferry? Yeah, I don't know what the space cruise? Maybe cruise is considered fancy? Space bus. That's a good name. By the way, Adel, after everything, I think from that one exobio, it was like 2 different trains, but I ended up making, I want to say it was like 473 million or 373. It's somewhere around there. Obviously, I didn't really find too many Tectonicas, but I got to the top 50% inside of the community event, so I don't think I'll be losing that status for quite a while. I'll probably do more exobio anyways, but next time I'll try to focus more on Tectonicas, make some money. Use my Orca for the evac missions, HMS, GTFO during the war. I used the Type 8, the big yellow one that looks like all the other ships from other space games. I think it's the Type 8. Looks like the Venture and the Vulture, and I swear people just buy that one as a blueprint and upload it in their own game. Or they're really good at copying that one ship in every single space game. Haven't quite figured out which one it is yet. Three. There we go. My friend had an Orca. Yeah, but my friend had an Orca phase too. He got real angry when the auto takeoff didn't work and then it crashed him into things. He blew that thing everywhere.
Commander, I'm seeing some unusual power fluctuations in the ship's lighting system. I'm investigating the issue and will let you know what I find.
No cause detected. Commander.
12%.
Asteroid scan complete.
The seatbelt ding for boost gives me a boost of dopamine. I think the Clipper sounds pretty cool too. Oh yeah, did I actually put the skin on this one? I did.
Use the Force if you have to. Oh, sorry. Wrong franchise.
Definitely is the wrong franchise. Although it's too dark to see this skin. That is the one thing that I'm kind of surprised about. Out of all the skins in this game, I'm really surprised that the Clipper got a green skin like instantly. All other ships that come out new never get like a Twitch drop. And I thought we were always going to have like a Parrot Mark II and a Phantom skin, but I guess they've gone away with it. Hopefully we get something cool for Halloween. Or even like an actual commander skin instead of just a ship skin. That'd be cool.
We may soon pass through a dense interstellar cloud, which can cause a cosmic shock. This will produce some stunning auroras, but also poses a risk to our electronics.
Station skin. How many stations have you fully built? You're addicted to the Halloween bubbles. Alright, now if they actually like fully did it, that'd be kind of cool. With like pumpkins in the hallways and like spider webs all across. Even if, you know, maybe they could partner with like Tim Burton and have him like design some like crazy thing, that'd be cool. Be like, hey, we know you're really trying to push Wednesday. How about you build us a cool station layout? That way we can also help advertise it in our universe.
Is offline.
7 orbits, 5 Corollas, and lost count on the outposts and planet bases. Wow. I think you're the only person I've talked to who actually likes doing the colonizing. I do it more, but it seems like a lot of people don't really like watching just moving cargo back and forth. And also on top of that,
Prospector says
I don't know. I was kind of hoping that it was a little bit more involved. Like, maybe make it so there's pirates on a planet and you have to like fully push all the pirates out to be able to like colonize in that world. But instead of needing that, it's just like a time base and it'll automatically like build itself once the time is ran out. I feel like that would make it a little bit more user-friendly or something like that.
I've just completed a routine inspection of the ship's power
Or like,
system, and everything is functioning.
for exobio, maybe let's say you wanted a certain species grown on that planet, like the Tectonica or something. It'd be cool to have it so you have to deliver like a certain amount of resources to like a biological site. Then they're going to be able to like help like replenish the atmosphere in the world to be able to grow the certain thing. This is interesting as mining. Mining's not that bad. There's a lot of people like mining. Cargo hauling though, I don't know. That's like a whole different kind of people. Or just because I don't cargo haul enough, so I don't have enough viewers that actually like cargo hauling. Which is a very big possibility. I've only ever really cargo hauled mainly for... Yeah, I guess it would just be for colonization. Maybe like a few engineers or something, but there's never been really like too crazy when it comes to cargo hauling in this game.
the prospector can't see anything of interest
There we go, now we're starting to get lucky.
before we move on. Try again, maybe.
Now the Coriolis, is that like the real big station? Get the pellet outside with a rake and biowaste to grow exo? I mean, I feel like that would be more interactive and it would make it a little bit more sense than, you know, just like moving literal thousands of resources. What do you think? So I mean, it's still in the beta stage, so would you prefer it that way or do you like this current way of doing it, or what would you guys do different for it? I guess my way people would be colonizing much quicker though. But even then, it doesn't really pay too much, so it's not like anything too crazy. Also, side note, SRV Survey works with the Raven Colonial website and really helps keep things organized. What is the Raven Colonial website? You are the first person that's ever mentioned either of those plugins or website. About an hour in, and so far, got about 300 platinum or so. Mr. Prospector, go do the thing. There it goes.
Doesn't look promising, but
6%.
Asteroid scan complete.
Oh yeah, we changed some things for our Elite Dangerous schedule, so we'll be doing it on Thursday and Friday over Wednesday, mainly because of the server maintenance break that happens in the middle of the night for me. So I figured one of those days would be
Commander,
better used for Elite Dangerous, that way we're not interrupted while we're streaming.
Engines are functioning within expected parameters, but I've detected some unusual
12%.
in the starboard nacelle.
check the contacts.
I'll investigate and let you know if we need to take any action.
Maybe Friday we'll go to some Guardian sites if anyone needs some Guardian tech. So I know more people are able to stay awake a little bit later on Fridays. Well, it's either going to hit or it's going to miss. Yeah, we'll just send another one. Actually, with all the places that you've colonized, where are you actually trying to go to? Are you just wanting to have like your own systems, or is there like a specific goal somewhere in the universe?
Surface deposit. Can you see any?
Asteroid scan complete.
Saw that some commander actually colonized out here.
Limit failed.
Which I'm really surprised. This is like super far away from people.
Asteroid depleted.
Nothing detected here. Move on, Commander.
Well, they colonized somewhere around here.
Their sport. You wasted a limpet on a depleted asteroid.
You know, I never actually tried to see if there was anything good
Excellent condition, and I've just completed a
exo-bio-wise here either. That might be something to check before we leave.
maintaining a comfortable living environment for the crew.
Asteroid scan complete. Vector limit failed.
Did some tests with colonies, then built a system and went for money earnings. How much does your system pay?
Asteroid depleted.
Doesn't look promising.
Alright, so that is depleted.
Well, you wasted a prospector on that depleted asteroid. Well done, you big smeg head.
Hold on. Where'd the planet go? Now that match, but missions are or mission trades are nice. Do you actually have like a maxed out colony though? Or, like one that you've built like all the buildings and have like a good happiness rating? I'm curious to hear like what the actual like max amount of money you can make is. I think so far I get paid like, I'll have to look here in a second. It's something like a real small value though. Which I know others have said they wanted to customize their stuff a lot more. Got about 12 planets and 3 orbits left to do. Yeah, what is your weekly not upkeep, but weekly payment for that system?
The main power grid is stable, and all subsystems are functioning normally. Good job, crew.
Prospect
9%.
Spectre is laughing its ass off at you. Unlucky, Skipper. Try another one.
Total haul is /was about 2.9 million units to haul. Yeah, I'm not surprised. A lot of those things take a ton of resources.
Man, looks pretty sad. Maybe we should stick to bounty hunting.
Alright, we're just going to boost away from that area.
Commander Korvoskarax Nevermore has gone offline.
This rock here, this one's going to be the one worth everything.
Prospector says no.
9.
Actually, it sounds more like a constipated modem, but you can't hear that. Lucky you.
Oh, yeah, I'll definitely check that app out. So now that begs the question, what is everyone's like top plugins to use?
Commander,
Really surprised Sonara doesn't have its own web
are holding
app yet.
steady at 100%. No need for concern.
Has awesome graphs.
Nothing detected here. Move on command.
What the heck?
Nice going, my sport. You wasted a limpet on a depleted asteroid.
My game just bugged. ED Discovery is always my go-to. You know, I still have yet to try ED Discovery.
No call.
Alright, good. At least it wasn't empty. We're just going to grab this 15 since I don't know where everything else has been. EDMC with Bioinsights and Artemis Suit Tracker. Is that one better than Observatory Idol? In your opinion? That's right, you know what? I think someone else commented they were on a different build of Linux that it wasn't working on. So you're on what, the Archer build or something? Got a sweet grade 3 gun yesterday, pre-engineered? Sweet! What kind of gun was it?
The ship's communication systems are operating as
Arch.
expected, but I've detected some interference in the subspace channels.
It was something with that name. I don't remember what the other guy said he was on, but apparently it's not just that Linux build that has issues. Yeah, I'll have to look and see through my comments. I think it was something different though. Oh, you're good. I just didn't know if you knew off the top of your head.
Commander.
Hundreds of different builds of Linux. I know Steam's trying to enter the whole operating system market too. That is going to be kind of curious since, you know, Steam is kind of seeming like they're wanting to work with Microsoft. And it would be like direct competition with Microsoft. So I'm wondering how that's actually going to work. Station too far to check? Yeah, no worries.
Doesn't look promising, but check for deposits.
Asteroid scan complete.
Come on, Platinum Rocks.
No cores or minerals of interest detected. Check for any surface or subsurface deposits.
Commander, the main coolant pump is experiencing a slight decrease in efficiency. It's nothing.
Microsoft wants to put all of its stuff on everything it can, so they might actually end their rival with Linux. Not seeing that happen for Mac, though. I think I'll use the same argument that I use for Android and iPhones for that. Apple doesn't play well with others, so I don't think Apple would allow that. So like how Sony and Microsoft still have their rivalry, even though it seems like that rivalry is now slowly deteriorating to the point that neither company are putting games out, so they're just having to rely on other companies to do it.
No cores or minerals of interest detected. Any deposits?
Asteroid scan complete.
Good morning or afternoon, Elite. How's your day from work? I assume you would sleep on the bus, but maybe not.
No cores or
42. There we go. Now we're finally talking.
any surface or subsurface deposits.
Asteroid scan complete.
You know, of all the games that got canceled, I'm really surprised that a studio hasn't tried to recreate Scalebound. It had like a really cool concept, and I don't know if it's just because the technology couldn't handle it or if the studio working on it couldn't, but it looked like it would be a game that actually would do well in the market, even like current day market. So I'm surprised that no studios have tried to pick up that game yet. Same with what Fable's been around for quite a while too in a to be announced area.
No cores or minerals.
28%.
Check for any surface or subsurface deposits.
It was cool, a little busy, had 2 parties, so a lot of people. Oh, well, hopefully it wasn't too bad. My work randomly decided to assign me with somebody else tomorrow, so I'm doing 5 to 8 instead of my normal hours, which is either a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not entirely sure why I randomly was assigned somebody different. And then Dune released a couple new vehicles too. They're ginormous tires. Now, I wish I had a better way of describing them, but they look like literal giant tires. So I'm not, I don't know if it like fits the accuracy or not, but
They can be incredibly bright and can briefly outshine the entire
they do not look very cool.
Commander, try again. Maybe.
Asteroid scan.
It's actually at the place that I'm supposed to be working at, but they never actually assigned me to work there. So it's close to home. It's just that I'm not sure why it randomly now all of a sudden I'm moved to somebody else. And then Thursday it's just back to what they've been doing. So I have no clue what's happening. I don't know. I'm just there for a paycheck. I just show up. I don't even ask questions anymore. Are you on mobile or are you on PC? On the right or left side of your screen, you should have like a little circle somewhere around there, and you click that and it pops up a little small PC window. Then you're able to click anywhere on the screen and that's where it pops in at. I think I want to say it's like a red emblem or a blue emblem. It's one of those kind of pictures. I was flying really confident to this rock, then I remembered that I didn't actually shoot the prospector. Actually, hold on. Here, let me pop up Twitch and I can check. Nope.
Nothing. Keep looking.
Crew,
Alright,
communication
let's
array
see.
is down. We're currently working on a fix, but it may take some time.
Yeah, it's like a little red tomato heart thing. I don't think I actually have access to do my own thing. Hold on.
Corvus Nevermore is online.
So if I did like that, then you... Sorry, I wanted to test to make sure it's actually working. These are my emotes. Huh. There should be like a little redeem section on the app, but I don't see the redeem. Oh, hold on, your attacks. There we go. Alright, so On the right side of your screen, you should see like a little tomato heart. It might be underneath the 7 days to die integration, so if you just hover over there, it should pop up. And then you'll look at the bottom where it says your attacks. You click on that, and then you'll have a little screen pop up, and then you can click anywhere to place your stuff. Wanted to
Commander,
troubleshoot that real quick, though, just in case other people didn't.
system, and it's fully operational.
Prospector
49%. That didn't fail. That one worked pretty good. Huh. I wonder if you have a... Do you have plugins blocked, maybe? The only thing that I could think of that possibly is the reason why you don't see it. What browser are you on? I'll have to look into it and see if, like, it's blocked in a certain browser. Firefox. Yeah, I see it too, so I wonder if it's something that Firefox has blocked. Oh, hold on, are you watching in full screen? Sorry, I probably should have led with that part.
looks like there's a bug holding that one, but check the
45?
Keep an eye out for gravitational
Then yeah, I have no clue why it's not showing up.
massive object.
I'll look into it though, and hopefully
More distant
next time we'll have a better answer for you.
More distant object clear, distorted, magnified.
Alright, so let's see here. 45%. I probably should disable the 7 days to die thing. It's been a while since I streamed that anyways. Huh. I'll have to pull it up on Firefox at some point. Well, I'll have to re-download Firefox at some point, then test it out and see if I can figure it out. Firefox used to be my go-to, and then it just started acting super slow compared to Chrome, so I swapped to Chrome instead. I know a bunch of streamers try to push like the Opera GX or whatever, but every single time they accidentally share the screen, I never see them actually using Opera GX. They always end up using Chrome. So I don't know if Opera GX is actually faster or not.
Distant objects powered by supermassive black holes. They're so bright that they can outshine entire galaxies.
No cause detected.
17%? I mean, that's not horrible. But you. Was sick of Chrome eating my RAM, so I went to Opera because of the control panel and then swapped to GX when it came out, and it's been pretty good. Oh, so you do use Opera GX.
Looks pretty sad. Maybe we should stick to bounty hunting.
I think you're the only person I know that actually like fully uses it. Pretty fast and as light as I want it to be. Maybe I'll try it out as a good thing to like view my streams while I'm streaming. Hey, thanks for following. I love that name, by the way. Do we really want to just do 60%? Well, hopefully our next restock of limits we get a much better loot pool.
Everyone, we might be passing through a nebula soon. This is a cloud of gas and dust that will be illuminated by nearby stars, giving off a beautiful glow.
Come on, 60%.
Or minerals.
Haha! There we go.
Check for any surface or subsurface deposits. Unlucky, sir. Try another one.
Very lucky. You're completely wrong. But that's probably because I haven't actually programmed you for Platinum yet. Add that to the to-do list. I was going to originally set up ED Copilot and Voice Attack to have like Chat GTP integration so we could actually like talk to it and it'd be like really cool. But then I didn't realize that you have to do like some crazy thing where you have like a Chat GPT API and then you have to like pay for a certain amount of messages a month or something. So it went a little bit different than I was expecting. Found you via YouTube. It's always nice to have another elite streamer. Oh, nice. Thank you. Yeah, it's taking a little bit longer now that I'm focusing back on Elite Dangerous for videos. This game takes a while to actually like fully set things up. Trying to figure out like a good pace to do it in. Probably find like a game to do in between my Elite posting soon. Which, it'll be October in a couple weeks anyway, so that'll introduce a few new games that I have saved up.
Are you hallucinating fishes now?
30. Well, go there. I should have scanned the asteroid right next to him, and I was not smart and completely skipped that part. Oh well. What are you looking forward to? Are you talking about Elite Dangerous, or what do you mean? Because I am really curious to see like where this whole Science Expedition vessel thing leads us into. It was like completely random that it was like, oh, well, you have to follow this person for a week, and then that just like completely stopped. And then they magically were like, oh, well, here, we just turn in data. Oh! Well, I was wanting to do Chronos New Dawn, but I figured that's more of like a Halloween style game. Also, I've been holding on to Prey for a little bit. I feel like that's good for Halloween too. And then there was a 3D platformer called Gloomy Eyes or something. Supposedly it has like Tim Burton aesthetics. So I was thinking I might do some videos on that. Mostly just like a release time and thing. I think Chronos New Dawn's the only one that actually came out relatively recently. Which I don't know. I don't know why games and movies always release at very weird times. You think like a game that's more geared towards the October season would come out in October. But maybe they want people to buy it before then. What about you? Is there any good games that you're waiting for it to release?
No cause in that one. Commander.
50%? Hey, we'll take it. And Wednesday night still up for debate. Usually we play either No Man's Sky or Farming Sim 25, depending on what people are wanting to see. Still have an expedition that we need to finish in No Man's Sky, though.
Look out for quasar, a very bright distant object that emits large amounts of energy. Quasars are among the most luminous and powerful objects in the universe. Studying them may tell us about the early days of the universe.
Oops. Got a little too hot. Oh, yeah. Games that I haven't played yet in October, not actually releasing yet. I enjoyed Prey, so looking forward to see what you do. The only one I'm really looking to is Outer Worlds 2. So they released a new... Hold on. There we go, I think we're good. so they released a new campaign basically for Corvettes. Corvette in that game is, if you ever played Starfield, it's like a whole new shipbuilder style. So they added like a whole bunch of new things you can do with it, and people can even walk around your own ship. Is Outer Worlds 2 coming out in October? Might try that game out too. So the first one looked pretty fun. And then Frontier also has the Jurassic Evolution 3 game, or whatever they called it, coming out too. But I think that's like October 19th or something.
Crew, we need to reroute some power to the sensors to fix a glitch we are seeing. Please make sure non-essential...
I think if you already have No Man's Sky, then it's definitely worth checking out and getting your own opinion of it. It has a lot of, like... There's new stuff in it, but for, like, the campaign for Expedition, it's a lot of, like, familiar things. Like, go to this place, talk to the people, shoot the people, get the minerals, move to the next place, that sort of... They kept that same sort of loop, I guess is the best way of saying it. I haven't played No Man's Sky since they added the staff. Is that from an Expedition? I don't think I actually have that one. Load Wii mod win game? What does that do? Infinite resource or something? And yeah, it is pretty unrecognizable compared to when it first released. They're doing a good job of doing steady updates to it.
Unlucky Commander. Try another one.
Ah, it's a cheat mod. Definitely going to age me some, but I remember back when people used to have to actually go to the store and buy a little cheat book, and it had like 50 billion different things where you had to do like the up, down, left, right, square, X, triangle just to get cheats in games.
Space, you may come across a planetary nebula. It's a beautiful and colorful cosmic cloud formed from gas and dust expelled by the sun. We should be able to get some amazing images from our telescopes.
Yeah. Back in like the PlayStation 2 era of games. I'm sure PC probably had a better way of doing it too, but that's the only thing I can like connect to really for like old school cheating programs is just the whole random routes that game devs went for cheat codes. Remember when you had to insert cartridges into the cartridge for mods? I think I started like really getting into PC gaming in like, I want to say 2005 maybe? It was sometime around when the first Assassin's Creed came out is when I got my PC.
Nothing of interest detected.
Maybe a little bit before that one actually.
But check for deposits anyway. Come on, Commander. This refinement won't fill itself.
So I think... Yeah, I did get that game when it was new, but I might have played Guild Wars before that, and then Assassin's Creed was like the next big game that I played. For like my own personal computer. I remember I used to play like the Harry Potter game too, when it was like originally out.
Functioning optimally. Air quality and temperature are within safe ranges.
Still got that PC. And it is still too slow to run most applications. I was hoping I'd be able to offload like OBS onto it, but... So you can do a web browser. Used to play games from a cassette. Now, I said it before. What is your guys' opinion? Do you think that this engine would be able to run the original Elite Dangerous game? Well, actually, let me add some context to that first. So, you know how you have to wait like 15 minutes for a fleet carrier to jump? I was saying it would be cool if they could either like get like a, I don't know, a Pac-Man loaded in or like the original Elite Dangerous game. And that way you could play that on like a screen while you're waiting for your ship to jump. I think that would be really cool. I mean, let's be real. It's 2025 and people already sit there and play on their phones, so it's not like it would be too crazy to think that whatever year Elite Dangerous is centered in, that they'd have like some sort of video games on a console while they wait. Hey, old, how you doing tonight? Used for all those useless screens in the FC. Yeah, exactly. And then, like, let's say you're jumping with like 4 people. Imagine you could do like a head-to-head game and actually like play against each other while you wait. That'd be cool.
The Cosmic Kazoo. Want to join?
Instead, everyone else is in real life just played on their phones or browsing YouTube while they wait for it to jump. And then they could even make one of the screens like an actual Galnet news station, so you can see like the weekly Elite Dangerous news, sort of like Grand Theft Auto did with their news station, whatever it was. I don't remember. You can find the music from Frontier and Odyssey settlements if you know where to look. Really? Like to download or for your fleet carrier? What do you mean you can find it? Goes over the Helldivers arcade game? Or that I will admit I played that a few rounds too, so it could be entertaining. It's playing on a datapad, usually in the HAB buildings. Really? Huh. What are you up to tonight? One of these days I need to actually try some Thargoid hunting too again. Maybe we'll do that on Thursday night.
They can last from a few milliseconds to several minutes.
That'd be kind of fun. I'll need to make sure my builds are all set up. So we can head back over to the Pleiades sector. Oh, you're into Tyrannus killing Thargoids. Do you play in a squadron? Occasionally. I used to play with a group, but they don't seem to always get on anymore. So, I mean, yes and no. Nah, my bad ship. I clicked the wrong button.
Hull integrity now at 73%.
Oops. Release me. You dumb rock. What about you? Do you play solo or in a squadron? For Thargoids, we're usually in groups of people. I think I'll set up a Crate Mark II. And then I'll have to think of another ship. Or maybe I'll set up the Corsair. I'll have to see if that one does better. I haven't really done much with the Corsairs yet. What about you, old? What Thargoid ship are you using?
No cause detected. Commander, try again. Maybe.
I mean, that would technically fit Combat Knight, so it would fit. I'm in a squadron, that's why I was wondering if you were going to go Thargoid hunting alone. You're welcome to join me on Thursday if you want. It has been I will say a while since I fought Thargoid, so it might take a little bit to like remember all the ways to not die. Yeah, you're welcome to join me if you want. I'll have to look and see where the best place to find them is again too. So you said you're in Tyrannus. I was thinking about going over to like the Pleiades Nebula. But I am using a Corsair, but usually a crate. What did you think about the Corsair? Is it any good for Thargoids? What's your opinion on it versus like
Giant star, which is much larger and brighter than
a few
ours.
different levels?
These stars are in the later stages of their life, and observing them can help us understand the fate of our own star in the distant future.
What's our modules doing? Alright, so not overheating actually is making it last quite a bit longer. I don't know. I want to really like the Corsair because I love the way it looks, but every time I use that ship, I die with it. Whether it's against like pirates or anything, so I don't use that one much, then I always end up defaulting back to like the Corvette. And I feel like it's not very unique to like fight Thargoids in Akana since everyone uses it, so I don't know. Plus I got the materials now. I've been grinding out that stuff for quite a bit. We'll use it with multis, but it's actually pretty good. Oh, so you don't actually use the flat cannons? Alright, what about you, Horseman? What is your favorite thing with the Corsair? Is it Thargoids or pirates, or what do you use? Hold on, I get it, you're yelling at me. Wanna try some shards on it today? Ooh, nice, you'll have to let me know how that goes.
Did you know that there are neutron stars that rotate up to 700 times per second? That's fast enough to cause a lighthouse-like beam of light that we might be able to see in our journey.
It's very nice having a large refinery. Sometimes though, when you drop enough to make room, you'll instantly have to do it again.
No cause or minerals of interest detected. Check for any
Can't remember if it was shards that I was using or if it was gauze cannons. I think it was gauze cannons that I was mostly equipped. What about you, Old? Will you be around on Thursday night? Took on a Bassi yesterday with multis. I killed it, but only just. Wow, I'm surprised you were able to kill it with just multis.
Prospector says no. In binary, of course.
Currently, I'm in the Black Exploring, but I have another one ready for CZs for a pirate. Silly build. I'm not done working on the Axe one yet. Need some more mats.
It will take a few hours to fix, but we'll get them back up to full strength.
Wait a minute, you're exploring in a combat ship? What jump range do you get in your Corsair? Thursday, not sure. It's pretty early here, but if I'm awake, I will. Oh, nice. I want to say yes, but I think the bot automatically blocks links. So, like, type in or separate the .com or something. Make it like a human would. And then I can post the, you know, the normal link.
It sounds more like a constipated loading, but you can't hear that. Lucky you. Try again, maybe.
Wonder if I'm able to make it so StreamerBot can have like a temporary people can post links timer. Yeah, that's what happened. Actually, hold on. I have an idea. If I can find my mouse. Let's see. Or hold on, is it the permit user is that what that's for? Or yeah, hey, you can just DM me. That works too. I'm experimenting because I have no clue what the permit user does, so maybe you can paste it now? No, that works for Night Well, but I haven't moderated in like 8 years. Oh, well, that didn't work either. I have no clue what alright, I'm sorry. Hold on. I think I got one more solution, and then just the DM. Alright, so let's try this. See if it'll let you know.
Can't you see we already mined that one?
Hey! Well, you know what? That works too. You just have to find the way around it. Actually, that does perfect, so people can still click on it too. So this is your exploration build? I don't know, that's your Thargoid build, because you got the Xeno scanner. No. Yeah, what build is that for? Imperial Railgun. And I apologize, Adel, for not having the commands thing set up. My exploration is not just optimized, and I can carry extra stuff just in case, like the Thargoid scanner. I'm working on making it instead of commands for Elite Dangerous, though. I want to make it so chat can actually like help control the ship or do like crazy things to it. Yeah, I think I called it something else other than commands.
Looks pretty sad. Maybe we should stick to bounty hunting.
You're right, that one's junk. Actually, that was one of the commands that I had set up. The only one I don't think I'll do is the self-destruct, and probably not the SCO, mainly because it would be kind of annoying, you know, dying after having a lot of stuff in it. I was originally working on like a cool alert for like when people raid the stream. I was going to have like a Thargoid hyperdiction, but I wanted to make sure it was actually like I was allowed to do that. So I contacted FDev and they never actually gave me like a good answer or even answered. So I made it. It's in Blender, but I can't use it because, well, I don't want to get in trouble. That seems like sure death. There's only one thing I've learned in viewers will do horrible things if allowed. Not always. A lot of my viewers are nice. Maybe when I get bigger, they'll get enough of the people who like killing me too. But for now, it seems like a lot of people are nice and are helpful. You just have to keep the I have no clue what I'm doing aesthetic on that most people feel bad and tell you how to play it. It only takes one. That is true. Or it'd be kind of funny to make like an actual self-destruct, but one that's intentionally designed so it like does the beeping sound like we're going to blow up, but then it automatically triggers the no longer self-destructing sequence after a certain amount of time. Especially since I'll probably forget that it's going to automatically turn off the whole blow up part. The only problem is this game needs more access to key bindings. Like, there's a lot of stuff that could be on a keybind, but they just don't put it on one. Empire rank marks with 100% Duke is the next, I think. Oh, sweet! Moving up in the world. Interesting that you said that passenger is the quickest one. What kind of distance is the missions you're getting? Is it like right next to each other, or is it like a pretty far distance? I think we're actually about on par with last time we did this too.
No force detected in that one. Commander.
2 hours in,
This refinery-
almost done with all the limpets. Can Rubico way back when? 20 light years max except for one? Oh, Pale Horse, what's your like your actual jump range on that Corsair? Sorry, you answered earlier. I know that you sent the build, but I don't think it actually showed the jump range on it.
Move on, Commander.
The one with Colonia, over 22,000 for less than 500,000 credits, or 3 rep bars and 70,000. Oh, 67's not horrible. That's actually a lot more than I was expecting. I assume you just prefer it to the way the Manolay looks, or why are you using the Corsair?
Prospector says no.
18%. The thing that I find really crazy, I guess that Science Vessel community event, I don't understand why that one was only like a week-long thing, but this collect data is for like a much longer time, it seems like. It's like the Manolay, at least, looks wise. Also, the wings make it weird to land at times. That's a fair point. Now, out of curiosity, have you tried the Crate Phantom, or the Corsair is just your favorite ship and that's why you use it? I had no clue that you could actually boost the Corsair up to that far jump range, though.
Detected. Check for any surface or subsurface deposits.
Now let's see, you're 70, 85, let go. Should probably just get rid of the osmium too.
Prospector is laughing its ass off at you.
Ah, there we go. Now we're talking. Corsair is currently my love child. I like the Empire ships. I have an exploration Imperial courier also. You know, I don't think I've actually bought the courier yet. I will say, the Corsair is definitely my favorite cockpit. Maybe for the interior, but I don't know, the way the glass looks on the Corsair just seems more like a 40s style like aircraft fighter. Which doesn't necessarily give off like the whole spaceman vibes, but it gives off like a really cool like old school fighter jet feeling. Yeah. Yeah, I have no clue about the actual like inside part though.
Focus, Commander. Use the Force if you have to. Oh, sorry. Wrong franchise.
The below the nose visibility is horrible though. Yeah, it is a little hard to see at times. But that fits the time period that it's supposed to be mimicking. Just fly it upside down, Adel.
No cores or minerals of interest detected. Any deposits, though?
Alright, well, since you guys are all here, I can actually ask you a question. So, Thursday night when we do Thargoids, do people want us to use the Crate Mark II, or should I use the Corsair? And I'll probably bring a few backup ships in case one goes horribly wrong. I do sometimes, but I do EXO with a ship with glass on the floor. I love that. What ship do you use for EXO, Adel?
No cores detected, Commander.
The Mandalay has glass on the floor? Core 5, I'm in the bubble. Sometimes that's got even better. Huh. I don't think I ever noticed that on the Mandalay. I use my fandom for in the bubble exploration.
But check your left panel.
Then my Type 8, I still have it outfitted for Guardian sights. Basically, that's just set up for point defense and having it so it protects you while you're on the ground grabbing the loot. Still handy for spawning Tectonicas easily. Oh, the Clipper. This thing would take quite a bit of engineering for that, probably.
Prospector says there's not even a sausage. Though an asteroid where you could mine sausages would be very cool. Come on, Commander.
4 whips of shields, the missiles do nothing. It would be interesting. I don't know if this thing would be able to survive or not. It's got plenty of hard points, though. I want to see someone use like an Asp Explorer doing it. I feel like heat-wise, the Mandalay would be really good too, but it's not very strong.
Detected. Check for any surface or subsurface deposits.
36%. And the main thing is though the ship's health. The Mandalay just doesn't have that much. I guess I forgot to include it in the list. There's the Python Mark II also that I used to do for Thargoid hunting. Let's see. Could have swore there was an asteroid right there, but maybe not.
Nothing of interest detected in this one, Commander, but check for deposits anyway. Global underscore scan is online.
Someday, I think it'd be really cool. I think I would actually have to pay for a PO box though. Or else it'd be kind of cool if you could have like a redeem channel points thing and have it like 3D print like thyroids or something to give out to people. I have no clue how loud a 3D printer is though, so I probably wouldn't be able to do it in this room. Spent too much time in the belt, starting to imagine rocks. That's not good. How long have you been out there? We did like 2 or 3 streams out in the black. Mainly just like doing first discoveries though. We didn't really go too much for like huge loot pools yet. Asteroid depleted. How convenient.
We scanned that asteroid already.
So I'm wondering if it's just like a lot of these were core rocks we're finding them, or why we keep running into so many depleted rocks before we've actually been here. It's really weird. That's my instance just bugged out. $18K out trying to finish a voxel. Ooh. That's quite a bit. I think the first I've been is like 8.5 or so. So you one of those commanders that prefer to hang around Colonia then? Which I still haven't actually gone out to Colonia, so I guess someday I should probably do a stream actually flying out to there. I just don't know what the advantages is actually being in Colonia. If any. This was just a bubble burnout trip. Ah, gotcha. I'm sure you'll have a lot of money by the time you get back.
Use the force if you have to. Oh, sorry, wrong franchise.
All good for EXO without going so far? Yeah, you could probably do it in like the 3 to probably 3K range actually. Especially if you get off like the beaten path, like don't follow all of, like the neutron highways. As soon as you start like getting off it and going to the stars that most people would avoid, that's when you'll start finding a lot of exobio. Engineering is easier in Colonia, only 4 engineers all close to each other? Is that the only thing though, is engineering? Like, do they pay better out there or do anything different? Less runaround certainty. The condensed engineering is the plus. Suit engineers are easier out there as well. This Speaking of that, this station out in the middle of nowhere. I wonder what they actually have for suits. Guess this place isn't really the middle of nowhere though. I'm sure a lot of mining people come out here. Oh, you already said that. Hey, 66, there we go.
Pretty sad. Maybe we should stick to bounty hunting. Unlucky commander. Try
Okay.
another one.
Oh, you be quiet, Edie. You don't know what you're talking about. This is paying way more than bounty hunting. Although so far at this rate, I don't think we'll have the squad carrier till at least early next year. Unless they start introducing like a lot of stuff to make money again. Like, they could bring back the Thargoid War, which would speed it up quite a bit. Or do like another one of those crazy community events. As far as I could tell, it's a very small area. Star density is good though, so exploring is better. Sort of lucky I had rich friends. Yeah, all my rich friends were rich a long time ago, then they quit playing the game. I'm sure we could probably drag a few in here for Thargoid hunting though. Some good nebulas close by for Exo. It's well worth a few weeks to explore it. Yeah, I'll definitely have to do it sometime. Go on DW3 and might have enough when you get back. What is DW3?
Prospector says there's not even a sausage. Though an asteroid where you could mine sausages would be very cool.
Which I bet if I had actually done Adel's advice with the whole Shadow while I was out in the middle of nowhere, I probably could have came back with like 1 billion credits, honestly. So I'll probably do more of a credit-focused exobio
Use the force if you have to. Oh, sorry. Wrong
in
franchise.
the coming weeks. And one of those streams, I'm definitely going to focus on it. Distance World 3, it's a... Would I have to... Hold on, I'm just going to type this in. That way I can actually do it at the end. Alright, there we go. Typed it in, then I'll look it up when I'm done streaming. Alright, and I grabbed my Python Mark II from a carrier, the OK, and then got blown up by some pirates for my Duke rank. Your Python is called the OK? And were you in private or public? Or, yeah. I'm surprised they blew you up. I don't ever have anyone to shoot me because of my Imperial or Federal rank. They're both maxed out though, so that, I mean, could be why I balanced it out, but either side ever shoots me. Going to blow them up, not I. Fair enough. Oh, is it from Doctor Who? I completely missed that part. That's another game that would, or sorry, let's rephrase that. That's another franchise that would have made like a really cool game. Imagine a Doctor Who universe. Like if they actually blended in a flair like Elite Dangerous to where you could like explore around and like go to different time periods. That'd be so cool.
I think you can do better than that, sir.
Red Terry, Hachette's Discworld books. I asked the librarian what to call it. He suggested oak, and then we turned it into an ape. Actually, of all the franchises, I'm kind of surprised that Elite Dangerous never tried to do like a crossover with Doctor Who. I feel like that would actually work pretty well in this universe. And actually both franchises, because you know what? Imagine the Doctor accidentally stumbles upon someone and ends up here. And then they could do like a wink log thing and literally fits in the lore that he just dips out of the universe. Or a month-long thing, however long they wanted to do it, but they could literally just give one world that was locked to a system before, open it up, have the Doctor Who thing, that goes away, the world locks back, and then they wipe clear it and go back to normal. Let me have a combat police box. That is true. So far, we've gotten better mining ships, we've gotten better cargo hauling ships. We've gotten better exploration ships. I mean, I guess you can consider the Corsair a stronger ship than like a Crate Mark II, maybe? But we haven't really gotten anything to compete with the Conda or the Corvette at all recently. Could have had a series of connected mysteries. Yeah, see, like, I don't know, I feel like that would be kind of easy to write into both the lore-wise, and considering both of them are designed around not sticking around too long, I feel like that would be really easy to wipe away. What do you get at the end of it? I don't know. Maybe like a cool achievement name and money, or get like a cool custom like Doctor Who skin or something on your ship. Or you could have like a bobblehead of the TARDIS, you know, like the little telephone booth thing. A blue ship skin. I don't know, then you cross into the territory of blue. But blue doesn't look too unique. But like the phone booth or something for a bobblehead, I feel like that would last a little bit longer. Corsair is pretty weak. Crate takes much more damage. Yeah, I was just trying to think of like, for the people who are combat focused, I don't really think they've had like any new ships recently at all.
No cores or minerals of interest.
That are like better than old school variants. I guess when I started, I think the Python Mark II was new, so I know that one was praised pretty well, but I don't think that they're like really one of the newer ones. But the Mark II is one of the best combat ships in the game, and that's new-ish. Yeah, but wasn't that like, what, a year and a half ago or so? Hey, Soldier, it's been a while. I'm doing good, how about you? I ended up picking up Elite Dangerous as one of my main games to stream. Star Citizen decided to update too much so that I can't actually play the game anymore. Because they force clouds. But you're welcome to join me on here if you ever do end up deciding to play Elite Dangerous. Plenty of stuff to do. Cobra 5 is a great small gun ship though. But it's one of the new SEO optimized ships. Yeah, but I guess the Python, I'll have to look at the release date though. I feel like it's been a while. Cobra Mark II is pretty great combat. When did that one come out? So I think they're on the Mark V now. Oh, Soldier, did you ever finish your that mod you were making in Grand Theft Auto Roleplay? One of my friends was trying to convince me to play that the other day. Oh, you were talking about the Python Mark II. Gotcha. I thought you were saying the Cobra Mark II. Can't imagine what I'd have to do to die in a Cobra Mark V too fast. Wondering how SC fared with your system? That's a bummer. I may get into Elite one day, but I've always been hooked on Star Citizen. Yeah, someday I'll have to do a full root build. I need a new CPU though. I think that's my biggest fallback. I mean, I know I have a 1080 Ti, so my GPU is a little older, but I think it's mainly my CPU. It was made at a time when games were optimized and the CPU could do CPU tasks. Now games are always just so unoptimized and full of so many random junk files that your CPU has to load half the game. Which is a bummer.
No cause in that one, Commander.
Cobra 5 is pretty good too. I still haven't yet to actually buy that one.
Looks like there's bugger all in that one. But check the contacts panel.
I think the Cobra 5 came out when I became a partner. If I remember correctly. Our release today is great. Working on some new stuff now. Basically, I built a huge prison system from the ground up over the last few months. Oh, that's awesome. What the heck was all that explosions? Well, I still feel alive. I have no clue if like all my limbs just like collectively crash into the asteroid or what that noise was. I completely forgot to ask you guys, but other than, let's see here. So we got Chronos New Dawn that I'll be checking out in October. We have Prey that I'll also be checking out, possibly Alien Isolation. Is there any other like space sci-fi games that you would like to see? Okay, you're trying to like add in a little bit of mix for like the Halloween-ish style months. Cobra 5 is a great substitute for DBX, stronger and SEO native but less jump range. Yeah, that's the only problem with the Cobra 5. It's like good for newer commanders, but I feel like it's not really something that you would use in your arsenal once you get like a decent amount of ships in the game. Which goes back to there's a huge meta in this game, and eventually you'll just have ships that just sit there collecting dust.
Prospector says no. Well, actually, it sounds more like a constant.
Use it for exobio? Oh. We tried the Mandalay for it. I like the Mandalay just for its jump range. I used to use the Phantom before that came out, though. 52%.
The Force if you have to. Oh, sorry, wrong franchise.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, anyone that's watching on YouTube, just so you guys are aware, they do currently have Twitch drops going on until September 19th. If you haven't already collected those skins, we do have all 4 of them over on our Twitch. I'm supposed to eventually be able to get YouTube codes, but they never seem to actually give me one. Mainly has 2 large footprints. Cobra can land almost everywhere. When you get late game, you start making funny builds like an exploration Corsair. I will say that your Corsair has way more jump range than I ever would have given it credit for. So I'm impressed that you're able to go so far with it. I just have like a default in my mind, oh, combat ship, horrible jump range. So the Elite Dangerous is a little different than Star Citizen. It has a lot of the community make a ton of fun plugins that actually help experience the game a little bit better. So there's an application called ED Copilot, which basically adds in like the space chatter and stuff that we keep hearing. And that's what's making the Star Wars jokes.
Maybe we should stick to bounty hunting.
And, you know, the comments like that. That's another game I'm excited for whenever the next Star Wars Jedi game releases. I think that should be coming out sometime soonish. It also has a, I guess the word you would use is more adult joke themed, so where you can have a lot more vibrant language, but I have that turned off for streaming. But a lot of people like having the AI say less pleasant things to you. Yeah, vibrant, you know, I had to think of a good word for it. 30%.
Maybe we should stick to bounty hunting.
Hello, Ryan. How are you doing today? It's our money night, so we headed all the way out to the Parrot's Head sector to try to see how much money we can actually make in one night. Last time we made it, there was a server update, since I didn't realize it was the update day. So we never got like a full experience of here. Alright, so we still got a decent amount there. Is there a mission type campaign like Starfield with actor voice? No, Elite Dangerous is more of a open world experience. They do have some like combat missions and stuff like that, but they don't actually have like a RPG style in this game. I did like Starfield though. I'm excited for the 2026 DLC that people keep speculating. Yeah, this is more of like an open world sandbox space style. Although, I also said in the past that I think that would be another game that would do really well if they did like a prequel to the Elite Dangerous universe and had like a RPG story elements to actually explain things. Yeah, you're welcome. And I'm not sure if you're into it, but I know Starfield has a few pretty cool mods on there if you're looking for more storyline in that. Sort of like Genesis is supposed to be like a complete overhaul mod for Starfield to turn it into Star Wars. $150 limits to go. So everyone's new to laser mining. Basically, your goal is going to be to try to race against your limpets to try to get more platinum than the amount of limpets you have inside of your container. As long as you have grade A collectors, they usually last quite a while. If you had grade D, you have a little bit better jump range and they'll die much more frequently. So I think the AAUs still end up coming a little bit on top. There we go. Be happy with randomly and procedurally generated stories. So I made a video on it, and that's what I was saying too. So it's gotten to the point to where they have like, I think it's ChatGPT run one of the games or something. Can't think of the name now. It was a demo, and basically you were able to like somewhat control the story. But when I was talking to it, it wasn't actually like making what I was wanting on screen. Like I was trying to have the girl like get attacked by aliens and stuff. I couldn't actually get it done, but I feel like that is like exactly the perfect case scenario for where AI should be able to like take over games and like make like a fully interactive thing. Mission type in Elite, is there like an EVE Online? Yeah, it's kind of like EVE Online. Except when you die in this game, you can repair and have everything like automatically repaired for you, instead of having to like chase around 20 different stations to like fully upgrade your thing. Because Eve sort of has that same style where you go to a station, you go to a mission board, and you just pick which missions to do. And they do have like power play and stuff, but there's not like huge, like crazily detailed missions in this game. It's mostly like kill pirates or go to this site, clear them out. But they have exploration that you're able to do, so you can like discover new systems. Oh, slow down enough, so we should be good. You can actually go to every single dot inside the map. So far we have found, I think it's 0.08 or something, but literally all around the place there's a billion stars. There we go. There's a billion of these stars, and each one is a different star system. So some have been found by other commanders, some haven't, but every single dot you're seeing on screen is a place that you could actually go to and see. For me, Elite is a horror space game. You like games like Starfield? What was that game I was playing not too long ago? Hold on, give me 1 second, because it's in my Steam library. I think it started with an S? Oh, yeah. So the story is kind of gimmicky, like don't get me wrong, it's made by a much smaller studio than Starfield. But if you haven't tried it yet, Spaceborne 2 has a pretty good story when it comes to that, and it actually has pretty good flight mechanics too. I don't know if it has a deep story mode though, but it did have a little bit of a story in that one. And it had like realistic like hyper warp drive systems.
Commander, I'm pretty sure
I think this game would be better compared to like No Man's Sky or something. It's just an open world sandbox space game.
the space mystery part. Nothing of interest detected in this one, Commander, but check for deposits anyway.
Alright, so you got nothing. By the way, the estimated credit amount, that's based on if the platinum was selling for the lowest amount possible. So theoretically, we should be able to increase that quite a bit if we got it like at the 285,000 per platinum. I think I have it set currently to, it's either 185 or 220.
Move on, Commander.
But at least we have an estimate, so far we made about 100 and something million. I think last time a full 813 sold for about, I think it was 323.
Looks like there's bugger all in that one, but check the contacts panel anyway. That asteroid is depleted, Commander. Can't you see we already mined that one?
Assuming that we don't blow up.
Now at 52%.
It's been a lot of depleted rocks today. I'm not used to this many.
Prospector says no.
Dynet, if you could pick the undisclosed feature, what would you choose? They say that they'd be releasing an undisclosed feature soon. Or are you talking about just in general, like, undisclosed feature for the game that they should add? 14% junk.
Asteroid scan complete.
If I could choose. I'm trying to think what would be a good one. So I know there's a few that off the top of my head that I would instantly prefer, but I don't want them to necessarily be it. Like, for example, it would be nice if they had more keybinds so we had like more ways to like interact quicker. Another thing that'd be cool, I don't know why, if it's just like some sort of thing with the engine that they can't handle, but I don't know why we can't just queue up a certain amount of jumps. You know how like you have the fleet carrier plotter that we can like see exactly how many jumps it takes to get to a system? It'd be cool if you could have it set up so that if you're going to a certain destination that it automatically figures out where to jump and it does the countdown for you, and then you can just come back to it after it's like jumped to the destination. So I mean, they already have that with ships. It's nothing like really too crazy though. I said it a bunch, especially in Mighty and Capricorn B, so maybe having a blast windshield, that way whenever you're like aimed at a sun, it has like a HUD close over and like shrinks down your windshield, that way you like see out the outside. So it still makes it scientific accurate, because you know, usually in movies the heat's going to break your windshield, but on top of that you can actually have it so that it doesn't blind you every time you stare at a bright sun. I don't think that would ever happen, but I feel like that would be a really cool quality of life thing. Yeah. I feel like quality of life things would be nice. Although I could just do the generic responsive ship interiors. We want ship interiors. Which I don't necessarily. I don't know. I don't think ship interiors would really add that much content. I'd rather have. Alright. So other than the things that I listed for like quality of life things, what would I actually want like content wise if there was something that I could pick? So I've said it for a while now, but I think it would be one of the coolest things if they took like some inspiration from other MMO games. So like they could split it up into have 4 commanders on the ground and then 4 in the air sitting there trying to do like some sort of space combat against Thargoids, where like they hit it from the hive and like the ground combat area, and then in the air you have other commanders that are also fighting Thargoids trying to do like this big ginormous raid. That way people are able to add that sort of element into the game.
Move on, Commander.
Use the Starfield. So you think I won't enjoy Elite Dangerous? The fact that there are no story missions is what keeps me from getting into Elite. If you're purely driven by story games, then probably not. This is more of a open world sandbox. With that said though, there is a lot of lore along the way that you can collect, so you can make your own story in this game. So like if I head over to my, hold on, let me not die. So you can head over to your codex. Oh, well, no. Right side.
Focus, Commander. Use the Force if you have to. Oh, sorry. Wrong franchise.
So there's a lot of like information this way, but then you also have like your own commander stuff and even your own discoveries that you can add to it. So they have a lot of journal pages that you're actually able to get to. Good knowledge base. Yeah, so you can find a lot of lore like this, and honestly, you can actually listen to them as like an audiobook too.
The Empire. Diplomatic relations.
And it'll even read to you while you're playing the game.
Resentment of the Federation runs.
So they do have that kind of stuff.
The Super is remembered as an oppressive, interfering force that hypocritically avoids inflicting the slightest harm.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with Old. Although I like the game, but
Forcibly imposing its values on its fellow humans and lacking the freedoms and social customs that the Empire valued so dearly. While open hostility has frequently been the case in the past, the current situation
Prospector says no. Well, actually,
is
it
one of
sounds more
grudging
like a constipated
coexistence
modem,
beneath
but you
which
can't hear that.
Like I said, if you're mainly looking for story driven, then I'd probably try Spaceborne 2. Although, like I said, it's an indie game, so it's not going to have its polished story. Same with No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky also kind of has a story, but not really. Both are more geared towards open sandbox style.
Alliance was founded in 3230, following a bitter conflict with the Empire and the Federation. Multiple systems defected to it from both superpowers. To the surprise of many, the Empire took very little further retribution into action, partly because of the ill health of the
What about you, Old? You played the game for quite a while. What quality of life feature or new feature would you like to see added this year?
The Empire's current attitude to the Alliance is
Or Adel, if you're still here. Depleted.
recognize it as a threat, but too much like showing respect.
Nice going there, sport. You wasted Olympus on a depleted asteroid.
Unsurprisingly for a society so concerned with rank and
Just going to get my cutter. Oh, you're good.
a multitude
Somebody was asking what we think this end of the year feature is going to be, so I gave a few quality of life features and my whole raid concept idea.
I don't see anything useful there,
hardcore
unless it has a subset.
Just curious what you would want.
We scanned that asteroid
It
already.
is no longer as overshadowed by the Emperor as it once was, and has gained sufficient strength to act as a counterbalance to the Emperor's political will. The individual character of the Emperor still determines the Empire's overall direction, however, and the suggestion that the Empire should evolve out of its old
Troll search?
divisive.
Although I think it's definitely worth a try. You never know, maybe you would like getting into it. Amazon does give it away pretty frequently though, so if you're not interested in buying it, maybe waiting for it to eventually drop from Amazon's weekly rotation might end up being good.
The prospector can't see anything of interest. Double check your panel before we move on.
Asteroid scan.
Nice going there, sport. You
It's not like the world's worst luck when it comes to asteroids. I have no clue why we keep finding so many depleted ones. I like the cutter though. I think you'll be happy with it. I think you'll replace it as soon as the Clipper comes out for you, but I like it.
see anything of interest. Double check your panel before we move on.
Although it'll be much more affordable than the Clipper 2. Clipper's like 285 million, so if you factor in the cost of actually getting the ship, cutter's probably better worth it. I bet it would be awful. It would be kind of fun to try it. So I do have a little bit of audience that likes Star Citizen here, but I'm going to be 100% honest with you. They showed Squadron 42 out in SitCon last year. It crashed multiple times on them during the expo. They've already released this year that they're not going to be showing any gameplay at all for Squadron 42. So, based on those two facts, I'm not expecting Squadron 42 till 2027. If they had it ready for 2026, they'd already have it released on their website for pre-purchase sales, which the UK now requires an actual date of a game before you put it up for sale. They don't have it listed, and they're showing zero gameplay the year before they're supposedly releasing. Based on that, I'm going to assume 2027 is the earliest that it'll release.
Nothing of interest detected in this one, Commander. But check for
Now, I could be wrong,
Asteroid scan.
that asteroid is
but the fact that they're not going to show any gameplay at all in October, that really sort of adds like a very big mystery to it. Like, if it's that close to being ready, why not even show any gameplay? Or even just like a polished trailer of the game? Like, why? Someone's very suspicious about it. but has also been in polishing since 2014. So that's my theory. I could be wrong, could be right, but my guess is 2027 at the earliest. However, like I said, Starfield will have an update next year. Should be sometime early first quarter. People are speculating that's when it'll hit PlayStation 5. Which I like Starfield, but I feel like they need to tweak the values on how much you get. It's one of those games that gets a lot better if you play with some mods, because it's really hard to get ammo in that game. So I did the whole story running around with a knife, which I normally don't, but that game I actually did. Although I'd be open for debate if people think otherwise for Squadron 42, but my guess is 27. And you're going to need a very good computer. So if you're playing on like an older system, I would not even plan on purchasing it until you fully upgraded your computer.
Looks pretty sad. Maybe we should stick to bounty hunting. We scanned that asteroid already.
Surprised the estimate's only 127 million. I wonder if I did it correctly.
In binary, of course.
So I think last time we made, I want to say it was like 323, but that was also at a place that was buying for more. So I guess it was, what, 50, 60,000 credits per? So it probably does add up pretty quickly. Alright, so let's see here. 712 platinum. We drop 10 of you. I'll probably just drop the osmium for tonight, honestly. I don't think we'll be running with it.
Are you hallucinating visions now, Commander?
So if you're new to laser mining, this is probably the easiest and safest way to make money in the game. You can do exobio too. That's another pretty consistent way, but other than those two things, this is going to be the least amount of resources you have to put into the game to pay for the ship. It's like, for example, if you were spend all your credits trying to like outfit a Python, you'd be able to make your money back in one evening mining and be able to buy the Python back again from it. Combat wise, that's a little bit different story. It takes a lot more money and engineering to have a good combat ship, and on top of that, if you do end up needing to rebuy it in case you blow up, it's going to cost money. Yeah, mining is another good thing for just chilling too. You don't really have to worry too much about most things. I was debating next time we do mining to do like a stream for core mining, but I don't know if we'd be able to find too many cores in 8 hours. Oh, that's not good. Oh, we're good. Yeah, I don't know how many cores we'd be able to find, so it might be kind of hard to do that. Well, it didn't really take me too long. Seems like this triple platinum hotspot's good for laser mining, but I don't really bump into too many surface deposits here at all. Remember, don't fly without a rebuy. Bring some friends to help find them? Yeah, that would probably speed up quite a bit. Although I guess next week if we did exploration on Monday, and then Thursday do the core mining, because that'd be right after their weekly resets, that probably wouldn't actually be too bad of an idea. Maybe I'll do that. The Expanse of Cyrus Reborn is the very good, like, Mass Effect game, is good another good sci-fi games I can't wait to play. Did that one not get cancelled? Or was that a different Osiris game I was thinking of?
No cause detected.
I know one of them got cancelled. I don't know if it was that one or not, though. I like Mass Effect too. I forgot. I think that one's coming out in, I think 26 from BioWare. I was disappointed that they never finished Andromeda. I thought it was a really good story, and a lot of people liked to meme on like the animations of it, even though my game didn't have near as many issues as what I seen like people post online. But it really like ripped apart the game, and I think that's why they just sort of gave up on it. Although with Belgard having quite a bit of issues to like the public domain, I could see them having some slight complications. I'm curious to see if they'll try to make it better like beforehand, if they're going to be trying the other way. Oh, you're good, buddy. You're from Paris. Well, welcome to the channel. Yeah, for like space exploration games, so for story-driven, I think Starfield's probably the best one, and then you got Spaceborne 2. Mass Effect has the best story out of all of them, but it doesn't really have like necessarily the planet exploration. I think by the time I got to Andromeda, you could at least drive around with like the moon rover and be a little bit more realistic, but that one's definitely more of like locked in story compared to open world. Although Starfield's last DLC was really short. I was expecting to go to more places instead of just one planet. It's a cool story, don't get me wrong, but it was very short. New Mass Effect to have a baby with X4. Now, when you say X4, are you talking about X4 Foundations, or X4 is in like the RTS style game? So I played X4 Foundations. My plan was to make a lot of content on that game, sort of like I'm doing with Elite Dangerous, and I got my butt kicked. Ah, X4 Foundation. Yeah, I got my butt kicked in that game.
No cause in that one. Commander, come on, Commander. This refinery won't fill itself.
Asteroid scan complete. Programming limpet drone.
What about you? What did you think of X4 Foundations? Was that a good game for you? Bad game? Or do you have any opinions on it?
Prospector limpet engaged.
I think we wasted a Prospector limpet on that one. Unlucky one, Captain.
Asteroid scan
Try another one.
complete. Collector limpet expired.
Oh, you love X4 too, Adel. Yeah, I think I got annoyed at the racing in that game, or it was something like in the tutorial area where I kept getting my butt kicked. Also, no, a cutter owner with a minus 10% discount. Hey, there you go. Congratulations. Finally figured out why my Mouse was acting so weird in Elite Dangerous. I didn't realize that my flight stick had a new random jitter from a different button. Finally fixed it.
Oh, sorry. Wrong franchise.
Do you have the Corvette already? Or is that another one you're waiting for? Ah, Corvette's next. I think you'll like the Corvette. That's like my go-to combat ship. Although I will be 100% honest with you. If you had done it during the Thargoid War, that would have been the easiest one to get max level. Now it's actually going to be the slowest one to get max level between the two. Less than 21 hours in and I like it so far, just wrapping my head around the new game stuff. It was wishlist forever and I finally picked it up. You can turn the cutter into a crazy tank of death too, though it's like nearly 1 billion total. Have you tried the older Mass Effect games? Yeah, at least it's going to be definitely more open world style and less about like huge story driven. There is a story to it, but it's mostly through like audio books or like fighting like listening posts throughout the world.
Prospector says no. Well, actually, it sounds more like a constipated modem, but you can't hear that.
You have a cutter that's over 1 billion. What do you do with your cutter? 1 billion, so I'm assuming you have it set up for combat, maybe? For the longest time, I had mine as a basically this big, ginormous ship that was great for jump range and cargo. That way I could move things around for colonization. Have you gone out to where the grade 5 material spawns are at all? Well, cargo, so FSD, mostly shields, that sort of thing. I definitely recommend getting the pre-engineered SCO drive over anything else. Goes for Titan Rescues, I haven't used it since. No, it's further out into the unknown. So it's like, I want to say like 2,500 light years away or whatever. But there's a few different locations where you're able to get all the grade 5 materials. For, yeah, grade 5 materials, the raw ones. If you want, I can check in my Discord real quick and see the exact location for it. Each one has like a few different spots. No, it's just there's a few different areas in the map where they have the grade 5 materials spawning naturally. So you just have to go over there and you literally just farm them up in an SRV. I'd say if you were wanting to do like a full like 8 hours, you could get all of your materials in one night. For grade 5. And that 8 hours is including playing with people, so all of us were ended up having to get our materials. So if you're playing solo, and you're just flying your melee instead of taking a fleet carrier, you could probably get in, what, 6 hours or so? Maybe less.
Looks pretty sad. Maybe we should stick to bounty hunting.
That'll be the fastest way for raw materials, at least. Obviously, though, before you go out that far, you want to, like, trade it down all. You can put so many shield boosters in this thing. Are you going to turn it into a combat ship? I had a stripped down build mainly just to move cargo around, so I didn't do any of that stuff.
Contacts panel anyway.
Asteroid scan complete.
I don't think it'd be good for fighting Thargoids.
Bit failed.
Once I get a Clipper Mk II, maybe? But I will. Yeah, I definitely recommend going out there. Super easy chill.
Minerals of interest.
Sort of like this.
Check for
And
any surface or subsurface.
I don't know if you're like one of those commanders that... Well, I'm going to assume you're a commander that likes the min-max thing since you told me about the stratum. So, the way some of these grade 5 materials work, basically you farm up everything inside the area that you're able to, and then you can swap to a different server. So like, if you have like 5 friends that have like their own private server, you just hop into their world, you can farm it up, and then you come back and do like a big cycle back where you eventually go back to the world you were originally in and do it that way.
Check for any surface or subsurface deposits.
Or if you want to do it the more commander appropriate way, you can also leave the area and come back, since it should re-instance you every time you jump back out of Super Cruise. But the log out and log back in trick's much faster. It is Frontier approved. Oh, we're out of limpets. Well, there we go. First set is done. Alright, now hold on. What do I have set? Oh well. I'll have to figure out where I actually have my stuff. So I was going to alter it and put like the higher price for the platinum, but I forgot which folder I put it in. I don't know, Elite Overlays. It would be for... One second, just going to update the spreadsheet real quick. Alright, so 285, because I think that's the max we've seen so far. Boom, 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 hold on. We did it, chat. We made it go through a mining run without making Jurassic go crazy.
Infinite. So technically we're just flying around in circles.
I'm not done yet, but this is just the first cell. You said spreadsheet. Now I know that you're. There we go. Yeah, so the way I have it set up currently, I was going to eventually work on a Discord plugin for it. Oh, sorry, I accidentally turned my face cam off. I was going to eventually work on a Discord plugin for it, but I have it set so streamer bot's able to read the journal for Elite Dangerous. Hold on, let me close some of this so I can see my stuff again. There we go. I had it so streamer bot's able to read the journal for Elite Dangerous and then be able to like calculate the estimated value for what we're getting. Seems to be a little bit under the normal value though, so I'll have to see like how close it is to actually true, but it should be roughly around there. Unless I had a weird bonus in a system where I could sell more. Well, we got sucked into it. Also going to need to make a buy order. So it was about 3 hours so far, and we've filled up our what order of it? At least that's 700. So we should at least be able to get 1,400 or so platinum tonight. Hopefully more if we get luckier this time around. It's still going to go too fast. The question is, can we go slow enough to not do this stupid loop? How's your exploring going, Pale? I don't know if you're curious to actually do the community event or not for exploration, but I think you have 6 days left now. It's nothing too crazy though. I think the top 75% only gets like a new scanner. Get a decent amount of money though. I think for the top 50% I was getting like 150 million or something. I think the top one you get like 300 million, I think. And somewhere around there. We're only on tier 1 though, so if we get to like higher tiers, I'm curious to see like how much it actually scales up. If any. Yeah. It's one of those weird events that I feel like Frontier's either going to have to tweak and change the values, or something's going to have to happen. Sort of like when we fight that last Titan, how the values kept changing on it. I think that that's how this event's going to go. We're fine.
We should make like a
Good, I've been on the same planet for about an hour, but the exo data is worth 150 bill. Ooh, nice.
This is the captain. Welcoming party, please stand by to receive our commanding officer.
Is that with the 5-time bonus or that before? I'm iffy about this CG. I don't need the money or the scanner. Yeah, I was kind of in the same spot. I didn't really think the scanner was like too good of a choice for what they did. You know what? Another quality of life thing. It'd be nice if we could actually put in values. So instead of having to scroll like through 2,000, just be able to put 2,000 in there. That'd be nice. And then, you know what? Hold on.
Acknowledged. Stay safe out there. Control out.
I'll worry about that later. As before, I'm sitting on about 3 billion worth of the 5 times bonus for this trip. Oh, wow. How long did it take to actually get 3 billion? And I assume you're actually filtering for high value worlds, or are you just having good luck? Huh. Apparently this place actually is buying. Horrible price though, so not doing it.
The goods we need are all available. Commander, go ahead with our trade route purchases now.
Alright, so do that. You. And max out on lipids yet again. Yeah, I think there was the only thing that I couldn't find, I want to say was like the Fruitexia or something. I was finding bacterium pretty frequently, but yeah, there was one of the specimen on one of my planets that it just refused to spawn for me.
Cargo hold at maximum capacity.
Or maybe even not just like a scroll, but maybe just like a buy all feature. Left the bubble on the 27th of August. 2 weeks-ish, but it's not a grind. I got a few hours in a night.
We'll keep the place.
Yeah, I might have to do that. Maybe a full week dedicated to ExoBio.
Prosperous journey.
Now, are you going for first discoveries, or are you just literally going for anything? I'm only 80 neutrons from the bubble, so it's a quick trip. Wouldn't necessarily say 80 jumps is a quick trip. And that's at what, 300 jump range or so? 290 or I guess it'd be like 280 something with your Corsair, right? Alright, this time we're going to be landing on the name. And I keep saying it, but hopefully, since I got work early tomorrow, I should have enough time to do what I want. I'm going to make a soundtrack for us to play this game, and I'll have like different soundtracks for exploration, mining, and combat, or that's my goal at least. With the neutrons, I average like 273 with limpets in my cargo. Huh. It's insane that you have that good of a jump range with your Corsair. I guess it's just the components on it. I just never really thought of turning one into an exploration ship variant. Alright, this time, we're right at the name. Curious to see if this is going to go quicker. You said you're what, 22,000 light years away?
Just remember, don't panic and offer them.
Reversing would be nice. There we go.
No cause detected in that one, Commander.
17.5k. When is that Distance Worlds 3, by the way? I've seen a few people mention it, but I don't know when it actually is. Then when it comes to exploration, I need to figure out a good display setting. That way people can still see.
Well, actually, it sounds more like a
Observatory.
but you can't hear that. Lucky.
There we go. I need to actually fully dedicate a power plant to this thing too. So far I've just been shading it with my other ships. They're organizing it now, but I think they'll be heading out in January, not 100% sure though. Is it just like a Facebook sign up?
Prospector says no. Well, actually, it sounds more like a constipated motor. But you
There we go.
Lucky you. Come on, Commander. This refinery won't fill itself.
They've done that before, lots of people enjoy it. Yeah. I told someone I would sign up for it, but I kept forgetting to actually like go back through and look for it. There's a website for the sign up, I think. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll check out the stream, see if I can find it. I'm kind of surprised they don't advertise that kind of thing on like the main page, sort of like they do with Galnet. Forgot. Put pips back into weapons might help some. Really curious to see how this Type 11 is going to do, though. The Clipper seems just too good for it. Bedtime for this old man. Have a good one, Commanders. You too, Pale Horseman. Have a good night. And thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I think we'll be doing some sort of exploration on Friday if you want to join along for it.
Sometimes I wonder if we're the only intelligent life out
I don't know if we'll be going all the way out for any jumps away, though, but... I mean, honestly, 7,000 wasn't too far to get to. So maybe there's somewhere around there into another nebula we haven't seen. Maybe that bubble nebula, actually, that someone mentioned last time. Was it you that mentioned the bubble nebula, Adel?
Focus, Commander. Use the Force if you have to. Oh, sorry. Wrong franchise.
Huh. Don't remember who it was. You can find all the info on the Frontier forums? Ah, perfect. That's a good place to look. Oh, really? Was there a lot of undiscovered places, or was it all discovered out there? And did it look cool? I meant to get all the way to the Soul Nebula last time because I wanted to get the visuals for it, but it's pretty but well traveled, so not much exploration. Ah, gotcha. Probably a situation like the Soul Nebula where just a little bit before it's where all the good stuff's at. And I didn't know if you wanted me to throw your name out there, Adel. That's why in that video I was just like, yeah, commanders in my chat, help me out. Figure that'd be best that way, you know. People don't get doxxed or anything. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Good to know for future. Are you going to be doing the Distance World 3 thing? I'll have to see what it actually is.
Move on, Commander.
Don't really know about it. I've heard a lot of people talk about it. I think it's fully set up for exploration. And I know they do, I don't know if it's the same one. Maybe I'm thinking of the one from last year, but basically it was like a tour around the world. So they had like different destinations, sort of like some of those car races where they like go to different states and you had to like go take different sightseeing tours. That's kind of how it was set up from my understanding. I don't know if it's going to be the same setup for this or not.
Collector bit expired.
Wait for it.
Prospector says no. In binary, of course.
Drone. Asteroid scan complete. Collector bit failed.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they'll do with this game though. If they're ever going to decide to like make Elite Dangerous 2, if they're going to like completely overhaul it, or what their eventual plan is.
Move on, Commander.
Asteroid scan complete.
Awesome. Shoot it again. I'll leave the invitation open if you want, Adel. I know you prefer exploring, but if you'd like to join us for Thargoid hunting, we should be doing it around 12 a.m. Eastern time on Friday night. So like the very end of Thursday. So I think I work that night. But if you did want to, I have my fleet carrier set up for shipyard, so all you had to do is fly your Thargoid ship there, and eventually we'll just jump it all the way over to the Thargoid area. Or same with you, old. make it if it, what? They'll have to make another if it continues. The Cobra engine is 10 years old now and struggling to cut it.
Move on, Commander. Unlucky, Commander. Try another one.
Asteroid scan complete.
I'm really impressed that this engine's able to run VR. I don't have a VR headset yet though, but maybe someday I'll be able to experience this game with it. I don't know if they would keep the same like open world sandbox or not, because I mean obviously they generated this ginormous universe, but there hasn't been too many people to actually explore it really. Unless it's like what everyone was saying and people were really upset about Odyssey and that's why it hasn't been explored as much. So I know like a few commanders were talking about how Odyssey was bad and it split the community and everything, but I wasn't actually around for that happening. It's very impressive that it's still going. I agree. It's a good game too. It's like one of the top 3 space games out there. Seems like a lot of people try to say the game looks ugly, but I think this one has the most realistic graphics when it comes to like nebulas and stuff. Like, there's a lot of games that don't actually do that right. And it takes into some real world gravity with like the planetary fields.
No cause in that one, Commander.
Asteroid scan complete.
I think it definitely turned a little bit more into PvE versus PvP though. So that could be where a lot of the complaints have been coming from. Hey, 66, nice.
Now, Commander. Unlucky, sir. Try another one.
Asteroid scan complete.
Percent. I'm not sure if it's just random or if we actually are finding better, but it seems like we're doing good this time.
Asteroid depleted.
I don't see anything useful there, unless it has a subsurface deposit. Can you see any?
The galaxy was programmed by an astrophysicist, Dr. K. You can visit her.
You already mined this asteroid.
Wait, she's actually at the Heart and Soul Nebula? That's actually where I've been exploring for quite a while.
No cause in that one, Commander.
Now there's nebulas called Dr. K. Oh. Well, that's cool. I didn't realize that they actually had like a proper doctor like set everything up. That makes it a lot more unique. What would you like added to it? And a station called Dr. K's Soul. Huh. was kind of disappointed to know that people used to be able to have like their own factions in game, and they took that away from us. Obviously, I understand why, and I'm sure it was mainly due to having to have someone actually filter out a lot of stuff, but I was disappointed that that wasn't a feature that I'd be able to get to eventually.
No cause in that one, Commander.
15%. Yeah, I'll definitely have to check that one out too someday.
Are you hallucinating fishes now, Commander?
So if the last time I made 323 out of like the 700 something, I think this time if we get 2 full loads, we should get close to like 600 million. Not sure why it's popping up only 145 or whatever, so I'll have to double check the math on it. Something seems to not be multiplying correctly. Unless I had a bonus in the system I sold in. I don't think I did though. But I believe last time was about 323. Unless it was 223. Yeah, I guess if it was 223, that would make more sense math-wise. Then it would still end up turning into about 400 million for this one night. It's about half a million. Or, sorry, half a billion. Which still isn't too bad for like 5 hours worth of gameplay. My jump range is 6 light years. I'm not sure I can get to this thing and back to my carrier. I don't know if you're into wasting credits, but do they have like a good A grade FSD there? Because that'll save you a lot of jump range. Or the Guardian booster, possibly. That's the only thing I can really think of that would really be able to benefit you. Other than that, yeah, that's going to be a little bit. I guess you can sell it.
But check your left panel.
Or buy one that you can upgrade later on, but
It's offline.
yeah, those would be the 2 quickest ways to get back to civilization. The heck? How does it go through the thing in front of me? There we go.
There's bugger all in that one. But check the contacts panel anyway.
Asteroid scan complete.
Crazy thing is that my Clipper, this is like literally one sell order we've done so far is everything is just going to fit in one load. If we do get 2 full loads of the mining ship though, we'll have 1,400, so it'll take 2 trips, but it's crazy to think that that amount of commodity can just get moved over in one go. Oops.
Integrity now at 77.
I rolled the wrong way, my bad. I think we'll do that. Monday we'll do exploration. Thursday we'll try some core mining out for next week.
This refinement won't hurt several.
I think it'll work out that way. My birthday is sometime next week though, so I won't be streaming on that day. I'll have to see which day it is though. There's still a lot of platinum. Didn't realize I drove away before they finished. My bad. Collectors, do your thing. So 6 is really the only jump range that you came with that thing? It's not very far at all. I think mine gets up to like 50 or so. Why is it if I only have one collector? There it goes. Ah, that's more like it. Alright, so now, try the same strategy again with the prospectors. Hopefully we can find some better loot.
Commander, we've detected a planet with a breathable atmosphere and no hostile life forms. But before we go there, let's take a vote. Who wants to play a game of space trivia instead?
Space trivia. Be cool if it actually gave us space trivia. That's what I was originally going to try to do, but I didn't realize that the API key, you had to like pay per like message or something, so that went on the back burner. Maybe eventually though. Alright, so 29 platinum, that one's decent. Thanks so much for all the commenters who stuck around for this mining stream tonight. Thursday night, our plan is going to be to attempt to be fighting Thargoids again. It's been a very long time since we fought them though, so we'll probably die a bunch until we get used to fighting them. That'll be interesting. Been a while since we've done that. Got to let it off my bed. Let's see here. So I was trying the monstered power plant this time around, and it doesn't seem to be as good as the low emissions with the thermal spread. Wanted to see which one would actually be like better, if it was more storage capacity or if it would be better cooling capacity. It wasn't really the cooling that I thought was really making too big of a difference, but it seems like it does. There we go, pulled the 4H FSD booster off my Cobra 5 I came here with, and it gets me there. Hey, there you go. Yeah, it probably is. I think my Mandalay, I called it back for like, it was like 21 hours away, so I spent a few million to move it. It should be close enough to collect that stuff. Oh, it's just engineering material now. It's like 1 billion from the Colonia. Really? I feel like at that point I'd just buy a new ship and restart it. I do half wish that there was a way to teleport to our ships. Especially like all around the world, because I mean sometimes it does get a little excessive. And it does seem like we sort of have the same mentality that you do in Eve, where it's like you die and like a whole new commander takes your place. It doesn't really feel like we're necessarily the same commander since you get respawned. Now, if they respawn us at a medical facility, maybe that'd be a little bit different. Or another cool thing, I didn't think about this, but I should have mentioned it earlier. Almost all sci-fi series or sci-fi movies have a cryo sleep chamber where you're able to sleep and then you're able to, you know, have your ship go out to the deep. It'd be kind of cool if you're able to have that same thing set up. Oxygen depleted in 4 minutes 30 seconds. Does this thing not have a life support? Did you accidentally disable it? And is your windshield cracked? Because it does have life support. And I don't remember the windshield cracking too easy. Ah, yeah, you used up all your power. Well, it's 4 minutes and 30 seconds fast enough for you to get back to your fleet care.
Prospector says no.
Prospector says yes. Alright, fine. To intermorph makes sense too. That's probably the smarter approach. Kinda wish there was more collectibles in the game too. We got the Christmas present from last year, and then the Thargoid bobblehead you get just from the Thargoid Hearts, but there's not really too many bobbleheads that you can collect. Or commander outfits, like there's nothing really to show off besides the Arc store. There's a new space game coming out eventually. They have a playtest going on for it, but it's pretty bare bones. Right now it's just flying around and shooting sort of like a... I want to say like a 2000s or so space sim. It's still like very early stages though. But they took some of the tech that EA had to where you could actually like upload a picture of yourself and then you could turn that into like the commander you're playing as. I thought that was pretty cool. It's called Hell Space or Space Hell, something like that. It's supposed to eventually be like a big MMO style, sort of like these kind of games. I'm not sure when it's releasing though. I know it's like early playtesting right now.
Food. No cause detected in that one. Commander. Unlucky, Commander. Try another one.
234. Making pretty fast time tonight too, getting all that platinum already. So I think I might have been in the wrong spot last time. It does seem to be going a little bit quicker. Unless it's just the RNG, we're having better luck. If you're trying to maximize profit per spent, probably filling about 10 per, or leaving 10% empty in your cargo is probably about the right amount of limpets. I just fill it up that way, you know. If you have more limpets, then it's good. If you have less limpets, then you'll run out eventually and it'll be bad. And I mine so much that all of my grade 1 mining material is just maxed out, so I can't even take advantage of any of it. 15%. think it is faster than Capricorn B, though. When it comes to finding the amount of platinum.
Asteroid depleted.
Doesn't look promising, but check for deposits. Unlucky, boss. Try another one.
Complete.
Well, you wasted a prospector on that depleted asteroid. Well done, you big smeckhead.
Like I said, I'm still in the process of working on other alerts too. I want to eventually get Commander Worf's HCS voice packs. I think that'll be fun. Then I'm trying to figure out like which lights I should get, because I want to have it set up so the lights are able to like make a cool effect whenever we're hyperdrive jumping and stuff.
The prospector didn't see anything of interest. Double check your panel before we move on.
Asteroid scan complete.
I guess we'll just lower our status down to 15% just to speed things along a little bit. So it's 40% endite, 15% platinum. And I guess the rest of the materials are just the engineering stuff. Well, you'll have to let me know how your cutter build is. Curious to see if you like the cutter, if you hate it. I think it flies really well, and I liked mine, but it's one of those ships where it's like hit or miss if people like it. And it seems like a lot of people are more on the fence against not liking that one. I liked mine, though. I think mine was probably my most used ship, especially for cargo hauling for the longest time. And in fact, my cutter build, I actually ripped off most of my components for the Clipper. So everything transfers over.
No cause detected in that one, Commander.
I'll need a good and build and engineering to really enjoy it, I'm sure. Well, you're just trying to do cargo hauling, right? Or is your plans to actually turn it into combat? So I noticed you bought the shield boosters. Combat-wise, honestly, I would just build it like an exploration ship.
Asteroid depleted.
Prospector says no. In binary, of course.
I think mine got like
Engaging encouragement.
50 or 60 light years unladen, and then dropped down to like 20 or 30 when it was full.
Wasted a prospector on that depleted asteroid. Well done.
Oh yeah. Cargo hauling is definitely way cheaper compared to combat. Combat's where all your money goes into.
We wasted a prospector limpet on that one. Nice going there, Sport. You wasted a limpet on a depleted asteroid.
Well, we had a good stream of rocks for a while there. Come on, Lippet. Find us something good.
Prospector says there's not even a sausage. Though an asteroid where you could mine sausages would be very cool. Come on, Commander. This refinery won't kill itself.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to the good rocks. That's weird.
I think we wasted a prospector limpet on that one.
Asteroid scan complete.
Let's see if I can steal some suitable modules from the Conda, since I'll be something else now. Or it'll be something else now. What do you plan on using for your Conda? do one of these asteroids in front of us. That way we'll get a little bit closer to the hotspot. We should be all over the area, though. Mining maybe, then general purpose eventually. You know, that's one of the ships that I've still yet to actually purchase. Ended up getting the Corvette much quicker, so I've always just stuck with the Corvette. Sounded kind of weird on that slowdown.
Are you hallucinating fishes now, Commander?
Asteroid scan complete.
The prospector is laughing its ass.
11%.
Asteroid scan complete.
So I know a lot of people used to use the Conda for like an insta-gib build setup for Thargoids. But I don't know how fun that would be just to watch things like dying instantly. Although that would give us an opportunity to actually fight like the bigger Thargoids.
Nothing detected here. Move on to
I don't know, we might be able to out-tank like a Hydra if we have it set up properly. But the Swarm's going to be the biggest part, especially for solo.
nothing of interest detected in this.
We should definitely be able to kill the Basilisk though. I'm not worried about those. Medusas might be kind of a pain in the butt. Just because of their speed. Good news is though, we won't need a shield.
Looks pretty
30%, there we go, now we're starting to talk again.
to bounty hunting. Come on, Commander. This refinement won't fill itself.
Gotta put everything back into weapons. Whoops. Have you got your pre-engineered mining lasers yet, Adel? Seems like it's one of those things where a lot of people don't like to talk about too much. But honestly, it helps out a ton when it comes to heat, especially if you're wanting to have like multiple lasers, especially on something like a Conda or the Clipper. So if you're looking for something short to do tonight, honestly, it doesn't take too long at all.
Asteroid scan complete.
Literally, all you have to do is get to one of the stations to Allied, and then that'll give you the reputation to get to the permit locked area. And then from there, you'll need like a little bit of engineering material, but I mean, honestly, it's not too expensive. For bigger ships, though, it's nice to have a mix between the size 2 and the size 1. That way you're able to have a little bit extra firepower and crack the rocks open quicker. Too many size 2, though, will have an issue with your power. So like the Python, how it maxes out at 5 lasers, you don't really want to go beyond 5 for size 2 for most ships. Although there's some people who swear that 3 is the max, but I found 5 and a few small ones works just fine.
No cause detected. Commander.
Asteroid scan complete.
Guess we're just going to lower the standards down to 14, since that's all we keep fighting for some reason. And they also have further range too, so they can start shooting much further out. Must be a very dense one. Well, we know for one thing, the monster power plant is definitely not the way to go. So I'll go back to the thermal one for the power plant. Then we should have our build back to normal. I was kind of curious to see if we could test it and see if this setup would be able to outpower it. And Friday, I'll see if we can find like a cool place to go explore around. Except Friday will be a little bit more focused on actual credits, so I'll be following your Spanish trick, see if we can find some first discovered worlds and tectonics along the way. I was surprised how quick we were able to find like a system that someone scanned, but they never actually did any of like the on-the-foot stuff. It didn't take me long. I think it was like my 3rd, maybe 4th system down on the list. The guy sat there and mapped everything out, so I don't know if he like blew up. If he... I guess another thing I might understand is some people really hate the Odyssey stuff, so I guess there's a possibility that it was just one of those guys who hates the ground stuff and they're just like, nah, I'll map things and that's it. Either way though, that one system had not just 1 tectonics, but 2 tectonics, so I was able to get like, what was it, 95 million per planet in that one system? And he just completely left him alone, like didn't even step on the world or anything.
No cause or minerals of interest detected. Check for any surface or subsurface deposits.
There we go. Nah, I don't think we need to be between these anymore.
No cause detected.
41%. That's a better start.
Come on, sir. I know you can do this.
Then hopefully that big asteroid next to it also has like 30 or 40. Then 5. So far we're at 219. Hello. Simsk. Hopefully I said your name right. How are you doing tonight? Or this morning, depending on where you're at.
Commander.
Yeah, we do the Dangerous pretty frequently on this channel. Tonight we're doing mining. I believe Thursday night we're going to be trying to do some Thargoid hunting, and then Friday we'll be doing some exobio. Let's see. Oh, really? You would just slightly miss it. Scaring you are going to hopefully get us a lot of free. Nothing. So if I'm able to do it, hopefully by like the end of the year or something, I might try to get a 3D printer and then maybe set it up so people can like redeem something and have like a Thargoid. Yeah, you too. Have a nice day, buddy. Or just some cooler things to like put around in the background. I don't have a just chatting scene yet since, well, there's nothing to actually display in my background, but I think something like that might be kind of cool. That or maybe tie in some actual like dinosaur bones or asteroid stuff. Having a planetarium open here next to me soon, so curious to see if they have any cool things that would be used as props in the background.
Nothing. Keep it
10%. Horrible. Making do some progress so far, though. We've made a little bit over 1,000 platinum. Yeah, it should be about 1,000.
nothing of interest detected in this one.
13%. I guess we'll go and grab this. Well, the limpets definitely have a faster time at collecting the 13 and 15% ones. So I mean, I guess time-wise, as long as you're just like grabbing all the ones that have platinum, it might be the fastest efficient route compared to just like looking for ones that are like 30% and above.
No cause or minerals of interest detected. Check for any surface or subsurface deposits.
Alright, so that one's useless, so hopefully this one in front of us. If you're near the Clipper Mark II, you want to make sure that you're aimed a little higher than what you would think, because the prospector comes out the direct front of the ship. Ooh.
Sausage. Though an asteroid where you could mine sausages would be very good.
Oops.
The prospector can't see anything of interest. Double check your panel before we move on.
I'll just assume 2 bursts should be most fit. Yeah, there's no more cracks. Alright, so while we wait for them to collect... Thanks so much for all the commanders sticking out for another mining stream tonight. So far, we are on our second run. The first run, we've got about 732. So we should make a little bit about 300 million or so by the end of tonight.
Interest. But check your left panel. Try again. Maybe.
Then Thursday, plan's probably going to be to do Thargoid hunting. That'll be Thursday at midnight since I work that night.
Prospector says no.
8%. Alright, so that one's kind of junk.
Unlucky command. Try another one.
Try this trunk in front of us over here. Hey, 46%. There we go.
Though an asteroid where you could mine sausages would be very
I think it's mainly Operation Libens that are typing out. The rest of them should stay in the whole time. How are you? How are you doing today when it comes to platinum? Most it seems like there's a lot of spots that say depleted already. Which is weird, because it should be different for everyone's instance, but... So far we've mined about... I think it's a little over 1,000. 700 something the first run, and then whatever we have now. 251, so yeah, it should be about 1,000 platinum. There we go. Are you going around in circles? I want to say yes, but even when I boost out in the middle of nowhere, I still end up finding depleted ones. So, possibly, maybe? If I am, though, it's happening a lot more tonight than normal. I guess it's possible. you're a high one, there should be your brother next to us that's also going to be good. You still fighting Thargoids over there, old? Did not realize that was name was Shrek. Usually you pick a point and keep heading towards it and never find depleted spots. Yeah, I probably should do that same advice. I used to do that with planets, and today I've just been sort of picking a random direction going with it.
Locals detected.
Tip, make sure to keep flying towards a fixed target like a planet so you don't double back on yourself. Yeah, I must have been doubling back a few times, maybe. Alright, yeah, I'm gonna just aim for that rock in front of us, and then we'll go forward from there. Or we'll be greedy and just stop at this one. Oh, you're gonna do some exploration. My bad, I thought you said you were Thargoid hunting earlier.
The Prospector hasn't reported anything of interest. But check your left panel.
Is there a cool system that you had in mind, or you're just trying to explore for money? Oh, you were earlier. Gotcha. Ah, you did it for the CG. What do you think? Are we going to hit tier 2 on the community goal? I know a lot of people like exploring, but it seems like we're like really going slow on it. I get it, whoops. I have actually. I'm using half size 2 and half pre-engineered lasers. Seems like a lot of people don't like the pre-engineered ones for some reason.
Prospector says no. Try again. Maybe.
People in long trips will be dumping a lot of data all at once near the end, I would guess. Wonder if that'll be enough. Maybe. Seems like a lot of people think that this event's sort of lackluster when it comes to what they're offering as a reward, though, so I'm not sure how many people would actually like feel the need to do it. Which in their defense is true. It's like the same radius probe. Yeah, free is always good. You can't argue with that. But there's nothing really like unique. Like last time there was like, this huge pre-engineered cargo racks, never before seen in the game. Perfect. That's unique. This time around, like, I don't know. I feel like an SRV or something would have been cool. What's your thoughts on the new mining ship? I'm really curious to see how it is. As soon as I have access to the public testing universe, I'll be making a video on it.
Try again.
I know that they have some force slots that are kind of odd, like they're forcing people to have a fighter bay this time around. There's a few hard points that are forced to have mining specific heads, so it's going to be a little bit more geared towards mining. With that said though, releasing that one just after releasing the Clipper, which is really good at cargo and coincidentally really good at mining, I don't know if that's going to be the best idea. So I'll be curious to see like how efficient or what all is actually going to be able to do different. So as it says now, I don't know if it's just designed to like take place from like the Python perspective, and like the big mining ship's still going to be the Clipper, or how they're actually going to handle it. Already have enough of those scanners anyways, just doing it because I like exploring next to a bio. Yeah, the EXO doesn't actually count towards the event, by the way. It's just literally using your FSS scan. Oh, and probably the detailed service scans too, but none of the EXO bio actually adds towards anything. Turned my data in earlier today. No, but I might as well see if I get a good system. Oh, yeah. I wasn't saying not to do ExoBio. That's where all the money comes from. But I'll just let you know, technically, that for some reason doesn't add towards the event. Which you would think the ExoBio would have, like, more unique data for them to study. But I guess they're just physically wanting worlds that are metal, and that's it.
Nothing of interest detected in this one commander. But check.
There we go. Nice.
Come on, commander. This refinement won't do itself.
That seems strange given the premise for the CG. Yeah, and you can't really go into like a new system either. I'm not sure on the new miner, to be honest. It's tonnage I am after when mining, and the medship doesn't offer it. Oh, wait, you were hoping to add more storage. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, compared to the Clipper, it's like in a really weird place. Like, it's not more storage than the Clipper. If it had, I'm going to use Ark as an example. This is the best one I could think of. If they made like a dedicated ship where, let's say, it had less tonnage overall, but the ship itself had like some sort of perk to where it has more efficient spreading since it's designed to be a mining ship, so maybe it's able to hold that cargo, and like all mined resources are like half the weight of it because it has just a better placement of the cargo. I could see that being kind of cool. But that, yeah, I'm kind of curious to see like where it actually sits, because I don't know if it's going to have better handling than a Python. If it did, then I guess that would replace like the core mining ships. But having like the permanent fighter bay, I guess this one's going to be designed to do it like inside of a conflict zone, that way you have like a protection detail. But then you're also going to have to be spending money for the AI to protect you. So I don't know where it sits. It looks cool though, I'll give it that. And I'm not sure if they're going to introduce like a new thing to mine with it. If they do, then obviously that's where it's going to like mostly shine.
Prospector says no. Well, actually, it sounds more like a constipated modem, but you can't hear that. Lucky you. That asteroid is depleted, Commander. Can't you see we already mined that one?
I get it, aim towards the planet. Getting a lot more stuff tonight too than normal. The recent updates need new game loops. Yeah, that's what I was saying with colonization. It seems like it's mostly just like hauling cargo back and forth. It'd be cool if like maybe you had to push out pirates for one area, or maybe you had to work with the science division, sort of like a Jurassic Park, or what do they call it, Jurassic World Evolution. I think that's what the Frontier game was from the Jurassic Park builder. But anyways, they know how to do like genomics, and they know how to set it up so you have like a scientist to work with. So it would be cool if you could like work with the scientist to like, I don't know, maybe meet a certain amount of like resource requirements, or certain ecological life forms that you're able to grow on your planet if you reach like certain conditions for it, or something like that. That would have been a cool feature. Something more for colonization instead of just cargo hauling. Then maybe instead of having to use resources for like ground settlements, maybe like survey the area and you help protect the place while it's being built. And it's like a 20-minute ground defense mission where you sort of bring in sort of mechanics, sort of like Gears of War Horde or something. I don't know. I was just thinking of other stuff that they could actually do with it. That way it's not just cargo hauling. So we'll say I think the colonization idea is cool. And it's a lot of resources. And credits go out there to all the commanders who actually do move all those materials by themselves. And for the ones who are helping their friends. That's why I like Elite Dangerous. It has enough gameplay loops to where you're not like locked into doing the same thing every single time you log in here. Defend your base similar to the Odyssey wing missions? Yeah, exactly. Something like that. How's it any different than the regular carrier? Like, I'm honestly asking because I don't have one yet. There we go. It holds more than 20,000 tons?
Prospector says there's not even a sausage, though an asteroid where you could mine sausages would prevent fluids.
Huh. Well, that's good. I thought it was literally just the same thing that we already had. So I might end up trying to grind out and save for one someday then.
The Prospector hasn't reported anything of interest, but check your left panel. Try again.
8 hauling, so regular fleet carrier will do me. I honestly don't mind hauling, but I know it's not... I don't know. I need to find a more entertaining way to haul cargo, I suppose.
No course detected.
Mining and exploration, there's enough people that like doing it on their own where... Plus squad permissions, members with permissions can jump the carrier for 1. What, maybe I'm missing the point there, Adel. When you say can jump the squad carrier, like, aren't they using the same tritium, so it's not really an advantage to have someone else jump it? It's just that whoever's paying attention can dump it? Is that the point, or...? Ah, okay, I see what you're saying now. Guess that's not too bad. It goes into the quality of life thing. I feel like you should either A, be able to have it set up so it just automatically pulls the amount of tritium you need. So let's say you're wanting to jump 1,500 light years. Just let me use the tritium that I was going to need for that 1,500 light years and just do 1 jump. I'm fine waiting, like, if it takes 45 minutes before it actually jumps, but it just goes to the end destination, I feel like that would be a lot more convenient. But maybe their system can't handle one instance being teleported that far or something. It's the only reason I can think of why it stops at 500. But with ships now being able to jump like 100 light years away, or close to it with, you know, Mandalay and stuff like that, I do feel like a fleet carrier probably should get some sort of buff if they're able to handle it on the back end. Like, there might be a reason why they can't. They were lazy on the code? Yeah, I kind of figured that. Same for a while. It'd be kind of cool if you could play like a Pac-Man or like the original Elite Dangerous on the fleet carrier's computer while you waited to jump, because it's usually just 15 minutes of people playing on their phones anyways. Or like just take it into the immersiveness. Like you have the whole main menu that shows like different current events going on. They could turn those screens into the main menu where it actually shows you, like, let's say people wanted to know about this new expedition or something happening. Throw it on one of the screens, that way people can read it while they wait. Yeah, if we have stuff to do in 2025, surely whatever this game technically is supposed to center around, people would have games or something on their ship computer. People would be doing it where they shouldn't be, but it'd be there.
Engaging encouragement. Come on, Commander. I know you can do this.
Lovely. Had it for about 3 weeks, got about 120 hours on it so far. I've never been in love with a game. So in love with the game. Hey, well that's great. Welcome to the community, Commander. I kind of see why they don't allow like YouTube. but something similar to that, yeah. The arcade games in the bar, they can charge ARCs for them. Yeah, and maybe like their default Elite Dangerous game for like a free thing or something. Hey, thanks so much for following. I appreciate it. So Thursday night we're planning on fighting Thargoids, then Friday night we're planning on doing exploration. Tomorrow we'll probably be doing Dune Awakening, and then the day after is either going to be No Man's Sky or Farming Sim 25, depending on what everyone wants. I'm basically by myself. All the people in my squad no longer play, so I'll just say one. I think currently, though, it's like listed as 8 or so, but they're all people that I originally started playing the game with, and then now none of them play. Good news is, though, I got a message not too long ago that since my old leader of this squad no longer plays, they're going to default me to my own lead position. Which I don't even know if that's happened yet. Maybe. Oh yeah, look at that. I even worked towards Hutton Orbital, apparently.
Asteroid depleted.
Fooey. No cause detected in that one. Commander. Unlucky, Commander. Try another one. We scanned that asteroid already.
Feel for you, you're welcome to join us. How many people are in your squadron? And thanks so much for following, I appreciate it.
Focus, Commander. Use the Force if you have to.
22. Are they all active?
Asteroid scan complete.
Looks like you are losing the plot. We already mined this asteroid.
I didn't even see that. What? There we go. Oh, it was split anyways.
Commander engaging encouragement mode. Come on, Commander. I know you can do this.
That's the spirit. You should have been doing that hours ago. 22 members mostly are active. Well, that's cool. I assume you guys have a squad carrier? I was going to eventually try to grind out one and then invite newer commanders into it. That way they actually have access to a lot of stuff. Obviously that's going to be a while though, but that was my original goal. Yeah, we got one on the day of the release. Nice. Do you still have the same bug everyone else has where you can't get the limpets, or I don't know if that's like a universal issue or if it's just like a specific one that's having issues.
There were an asteroid where you could mine sausages with new very stores.
Gotcha. Oh, actually I do have a question about that. When it comes to the squad carrier, are you able to put the same skins on it? Like if you bought one for your personal fleet carrier, could someone inside of your squad apply that skin, or is it all stuck with the default skin? Oh, is it Warzone outside your carrier? Oh, but you can do the paint jobs. Huh. Yeah, I don't have much when it comes to anything purchased with Arc. I was thinking about buying an outfit for my commander so he doesn't look as weird. Currently, right now, I have like a big Star Wars looking helmet, the Christmas sweater, and like some random pants or something on most of my outfits. I am surprised though, we haven't really gotten like too many like crazy
The prospector hasn't reported any
like commander oriented themes dropping. Maybe we'll get something cool for Halloween. Yeah, I'll think about it. The East Orion Company. It's a clever name. Sort of reminds me of the names from like Pirates of the Caribbean.
Prospector says there's not even a sausage.
I guess 20% is good enough.
Mine sausages would be very good.
What kind of gameplay you guys like doing? Probably should eventually start looking for more commanders to play the game with again. Mostly all stuff? Oh, gotcha. Now, Old's been doing Thargoid stuff for a long time. That's how I met him months ago.
Nothing detected here. Move on, Commander. It looks like we already mined this one. $355 platinum. Pretty much do a little bit of everything. Thought you just mostly focused on Thargoids, to be honest. That was the only... I think that was the main thing that I just associated with you. Move on, Commander.
But But I like doing that too. I like having a mix, that way I'm not tied to doing like the same task every day. Although I haven't done much ground combat in a long time. I need to eventually work on that rep. Which is funny, but honestly, if you find a good ground conflict site, I think it pays more than just doing has-res sites. Credit per hour, at least. So I'm pretty sure those missions end in about 10 minutes or so. If you win, you get to add a bonus, especially on high, you'll get like 10 million a pop. So I bet someone could probably outperform someone else farming pirates. Yeah, like Thargoids, but do a lot of Oddity 2 and Exo. I used to really love getting into the ground conflict sites. Then ironically, colonization and a couple other things bumped my trading rep all the way up to Elite 1. Although I think my combat rank's not too far off from the ground sites at Master. I tried CQC once, but it doesn't seem very balanced, so I didn't really find it too fun. I joined another streamer and they had like some dude with like the maxed out ship and stuff just killing people instantly. It's like, yep, this is about how I expected it. Inventory you. Be posting videos tomorrow on a new indie game coming out. Still in like early playtest though, but it looked kind of interesting. Their plan's going to be to try to make it like another MMO style space game. Actually is able to take a picture of yourself and upload it in the game, and then they build like their commander form off of that picture. They're fun, but I like the missions too. If you need audio engineering mats, I got plenty. I actually do, but my plan was to make a video on it. Now that I finally got my suit fixed. Another awesome viewer was able to tell me what I was doing wrong. I knew how to swap to the overcharge mode, but I was doing it in the wrong mode, so I just couldn't get the tool to actually work. So I thought my suit was bugged. Turned out I was just being dumb. I also need to modify all my suits too. None of them have any modifications. I think every single one of my grade 3 suits are just like completely open to all slots. I think I'll probably do at least night vision on everything. Then I'll just have to look and see for the other ones. If you want to know what we are like, check out the Gen X George. He streams out on the squad, and we have 3 streamers in the squad. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'll give it a look. American, European, or what time are most of you?
Collector limit expired.
A neutron walks into a bar.
Put it down as a maybe. Like I said, I'm basically the one in this one, so it's not really doing too much for me being in here.
Nothing. Keep looking. Come on, Commander. This
UK, Europe, and USA. I'm in USA, but I stream at very weird times, so I usually connect with people in the UK. Night vision is the first thing I put on. After that, depends on the purpose. How do you find the modifications? Rock gonna hit us. We're strafe a little bit to the left. Did you make a big difference? Oh, you're talking about the modifications? Yeah, I just need to eventually spend time. Which maybe I'll do that sometime this week, is make a video on how to do the ground suits. I was supposed to do that a long time ago.
The prospector can't see anything of interest.
Yeah, especially for like someone who likes doing ground stuff. I don't know if I'd prioritize my Maverick suit, but I think as long as I get my Artemis suit with night vision and my combat suit, I think those are like the main two ones. Maverick suit's nice to have, but it's mainly just for, well, upgrading suits. You can find them in any station? You talking about for up to grade 3, or are you talking about the modifications? It's got all my suits grade 3, it's just they're all empty when it comes to them. Yeah, I just need to actually take mine to grade.
Doesn't look promising, but check for deposits.
Sorry about that. I got all mine to grade 3, but I need to do a little bit more to get them to grade 5. They just don't have any modifications on yet. I have Dom, 2 Mav, and 1 Artie, all grade 5, fully engineered. Don't really need any more. I got a drink. It was just taking a while to recover my voice. That came out of nowhere. Not exactly sure what that was about. Let's see here. Oh, hey, thanks so much for following. I appreciate it. Pepino to Cargo. I like that name. How are you doing tonight, Commander? I apologize for you being separated from the rest of the chat. I don't know why it won't relay over to there. It is a great game. I like Elite. Getting rid of the engineering mats, eventually just sell them away for a fortune on my fleet carrier. Can you actually just buy all the materials for suits? And do the bars actually reliably work? Because I remember back maybe 6 months ago or so, I remember they had like a bug where the bar wasn't really working. But they might have fixed it. Probably is a lot more consistent now.
No cores or minerals of interest detected. Check for any surface or subsurface deposits.
Yes, you can buy them at the bartender. Huh. Begs the question. I wonder how long it's going to take to farm out versus just buying the credit-wise. I mean, honestly, I bet even with like combat stuff, people could probably grind out enough money to afford most of the materials in just one scoop on someone's fleet carrier. Unless people sell it for a ton of credits, but don't think it would really be that much compared to the money you make in this game.
Asteroid depleted.
No cause detected. Commander.
Although I thought the same thing about the Titan drive components. I didn't realize that was like a 230k thing that I found instantly.
Corvus Black's navigation is online.
I went to make a video on just the SCO drive, though people could have that and like, yeah, see it was still a thing since a lot of people didn't know about it. Then I found one instantly, so I just assumed that they were just like dropping more frequently. No, I was just lucky. Hey, thanks so much for doing the like. I appreciate it. Which that's another thing that probably wouldn't be too bad to do. Maybe like another stream focused on getting like the few different grade 5 jump drives, since that seems to be the most common drive in most ships. I'm on 1,000 hours and I know that 25% or less. Do you have any questions, Pepperino? Or Pepino? Sorry. Does it take long to gather mats, but fleet carriers sell them for max price. They're expensive, but people pay it.
Prospector limpet on that one.
Yeah, I could see that. Basically, you just went to a research lab and grinded out a few missions over and over again, right? So when I was looking at the website of like where all the materials dropped, it seemed like anything that has a research system has the one where it drops aerogel and I think it's the titanium plate. So you should be able to work on 2 or 3 things from that one lab if you do a repeating mission over and over again.
Nothing of interest detected in this one, Commander. But check for deposits anyway. Try again, maybe.
Or at least that's what my original plan was until I couldn't figure out how to swap to overcharge and the door literally kept me out, and then I was like, well, this disrupted my flow. The only bad part was I sat there and waited for the mission to respawn too, and that took forever. So for the modifications though, do you just literally go to any station you can like pay to put the modification on, or do you have to get lucky at the station too and find good ones for that? 'Cause that's the only part of the puzzle that I don't actually know the answer to yet. I know you can get them like pre-installed, but I need to figure out how to actually get the ones I want installed. Well, you can install them yourself too, can't you?
Nothing detected here.
Hey, 56, that's what we're looking for. Maybe I'll stop at the system while we're here tonight and see if they have a night vision mod for sale. Alright, Limpet, go do your thing.
Nothing detected here.
Pursuit upgrades any station with Pioneer supplies for what? Engineering? Engineers? Yeah, but I meant for like the actual like modifications, not just the engineering. So I'm rigging out Federation, a new ship after I hope to get the Valerian carrying big old point. I do not know that squadron. Nope. Where's that squadron centered out of? Sounds Italian, maybe. Let's see, where'd the planet go? There we go. No, you're good, buddy. Don't worry about that. You speak perfect fine English for me. I'll have to look and see if I can figure out how to actually have that other chat get relayed. I'm surprised it doesn't do it automatically now that I'm using the same service. Suit grade 2 to 5 are done in the Pioneer supplies. For engineering upgrades, go to the engineer. Oh, is that what? Gotcha, okay, so I was just misunderstanding you. So they're actually called engineers. I don't even think I've actually unlocked a suit engineer yet. Where are you from, Cargo? Ah, you're from Italy, so I was right. It was an Italian name. Yeah, I haven't really done too much looking on like forums for squadrons or anything. Unlocking them is a real pain. Certain items that you need are very rare.
Nothing detected here. Move on, Commander.
Just what I love to hear. Like, rare as in you can't buy it rare, or is rare as in it costs a lot of money just to buy it rare? You have an American slang, is that true? I think there's parts of America that has a thicker accent compared to others. But it kind of depends like where you grew up in mostly. But yeah, there is a lot of different cultures here, and people sound a lot different depending on like which state you are. Those are the ones that sell for max price. Yeah, I'm starting to see a pattern here. So if I check my engineering lady, let's see here. I don't think I've actually done anything for suits. Stage for 5 settlement defense plans.
Food. No cause detected in
5 doses of push.
Unlucky, Commander. Try another one.
It looks like those are the only 2 that I actually have access to. What is, okay, so that's about 1,000, so things that say 1,000 is not really too crazy, just that we're kind of out in the middle of nowhere. So I guess I would have to look and see which ones are actually grade 5. Yeah, you too, buddy. Have a nice night, or day, depending on which time it is over there. You can drop them on a planet service and someone else can pick them up, though. Really? That's cool.
Prospector says no.
Prospector says go get more.
Encouragement, no. Come on, Commander.
I'm sure it's nothing at all like how Italy actually is, but
Looks like you
I played Mafia recently for the old country. That was actually pretty cool. I'm sure it's nothing at all like actual Italy though, but it was centered in an old time. I had fun in that game. Got very dark at the end. I think you can also just have it. So this is what I do when it comes to like the fleet carrier, for example, when I'm buying and selling for friends. But you can also set up your value to be like 5%, so it's like barely anything, and then just have it set so your fleet carrier only allows friends or squadron on your fleet carrier. No one else can land there, regardless of what Indara shows for listing price wise. Although if you're doing that method, you got to make sure you actually have your fleet carrier locked. Remember when colonization first dropped, some commander didn't realize that he didn't have his carrier locked to friends only. So he was sitting there filling up his fleet carrier the whole time, and I guess in a different instance, someone else had found that that dude's price was perfect, so they were going around buying at the 5% price the whole time. I don't know if it's a true story or not, but I thought it was a comical story. I'd be very upset if it happened to me, but one of those, yeah, I could see that happening. Yeah, I have no clue if it's a true story or not. But I mean, honestly, I could see that happening. Like, it would be so easy to accidentally forget to lock it, and then just some dude's like taking advantage of the whole situation. I could see that. Even if it was a totally not malicious intent, but I could definitely see it.
Focus, Commander. Use the Force if you have to. Oh, sorry. Wrong franchise.
Speaking of Star Wars, I wonder when the next Jedi Survivor game's coming out, or yeah, I think it's Survivor is what they call it. The one with Kale Kalas, or whatever his name was.
Nothing detected.
5 hours in,
Commander. Come on.
66.67. That's exactly what we're here for. Huh. I think this one has a core on it. I see like the little purple shimmer in it. There we go. Now we're starting to make some progress. So what do you guys think? Would it be worth them to make a movie for Elite Dangerous? Or to have like a prequel RPG style game where it actually gave more lore on what everything happened? If they were to make it. I don't know if they are or not, but if they were, I feel like that would be really cool. We use systems being built near the parish. I think we have 5 built already. That's cool. Are you hoping that your system buys platinum, or what are we wanting to build out here? I didn't notice until today that there was actually a station here already, so someone must have colonized it. I was saying earlier, I feel like being like next to the Parrot's Head would be smarter. That way it doesn't introduce pirates to the zone, but
It looks like we already mined this one.
either way, we have security system now at least. We're building our own bubble and belt. Is there an eventual goal? Like, where are you trying to get to? Or just anywhere? We wanted to be near the triple. Fair enough. I was thinking about eventually colonizing somewhere in the Pleiades sector if the Axis group haven't gathered all of them. Just since that was like the first actual nebula that I accidentally found on my telescope, I think it'd be kind of cool to have like one colony out there. Guess that would go much quicker with a squad carrier though. Be able to move 60k tons, you could actually colonize a full building with one group. Come on, give us good platinum.
Prospector says no.
36, good enough. We did Orbis in 2 days. Ooh, nice. $250k tons. Did you all have the Clipper Mk II, or were you using smaller ships? Which is a really big name. I don't know why they went with Mk II instead of just making a new ship. Four Clippers, 2 squad carriers. Wow. Well, that's one way to do it. So now that you colonize out here, what's your plan?
Prospector says no.
Ooh, there we go. Nice.
Asteroid scan complete.
I actually was able to log in the day that they did the colonization update, and I was able to scoop up a system literally right next to Capricorn B. Alright, slight bump.
7%. Perhaps we should vacate the area. Skipper.
65. Clipper Mk II was just marketing. Panther Clipper was the biggest ship in Frontier's current version. Looks like it too. We employed AI in helping set up our bubbles so it will boom in the right direction, etc., etc. Smart. I didn't like how you had to have like a certain amount of things to place what you wanted. Not necessarily, well, the resource was a lot too, but I didn't like having to have like a certain amount of like build credits and other credits on top of that we're able to. Lots of older commanders love the Panther Clipper. Yeah, I've seen that. A lot of people were disappointed that it didn't have more cargo capacity because it looks like it should have a little bit extra. Which I will say, it does look like it could probably hold a little bit more than most other ships, which, I mean, I guess 1,300 it is technically, but I know a lot of people are wanting like the 2,000 to 3,000 range. I think that would be too much of a paid advantage though, and they might be able to buff it once it gets to the in-game market and have that make sense still. But I feel like if they dropped the ship with like 5,000 storage, a lot of like the people who aren't willing to pay ARC wouldn't be happy about it. Not saying that they'll buff this thing to have more storage, but I feel like that could be a big reason why they didn't really try to like super kill the storage amount. For just my opinion. We aim to get flats being bought in a station near Parrot. Yeah, that'd be nice, especially if it actually pays decent. I think so far this station here is buying platinum, but it's only buying at 67,000, so everyone who's actually wanting to get platinum is not really too crazy to sell here.
I think you can do better than that, sir. Try again. Maybe.
Asteroid scan complete.
Although that does beg the question with the squad carrier or even a personal carrier. If you just parked at the triple platinum hotspot and put like a decent price, like maybe buy it at 220k, then you could sit there and wait for your system to buy it at like 285k and you'd make a little bit of profit. And also you'd get all the platinum that's been mined in the area. The original had 2k storage, but was about 1300 after everything was fitted, so the current one isn't much of an upgrade. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's because they wanted to limit it, or if it's because they knew people would be outraged and having an ARC store be that big of an advantage. I mean, the Mandalay to Python, it wasn't a huge upgrade. It was a little bit one. Corsair wasn't a crazy upgrade either. So I think that would have actually been like the largest, like huge ARC store advantage if it was it. So, I mean, honestly, to fix this ship, literally, I feel like all they would have to do is be like, oh, well, we're going to change it slightly and add in a whole nother module bay. And the people who already bought it, they're not going to be disappointed. It has more storage. New people, they'll be happy because it has more storage. So I feel like if they wanted to buff it, that's all they would have to do is be like, yeah, sorry, this one's supposed to have another predetermined Panther Clipper slot. And then they could just tweak it that way instead of having to like redo everything inside the game. Too much more would be game breaking. Yeah, and it would, you know, annoy people who aren't willing to spend the ARC on it. We pay 200k per ton to miners if they want to use the squad carrier. Oh, well, that's cool. It's nice of you guys. I need to get a USB cord extension for my Tobii eye tracker. I had it plugged into a USB hub, but it seems to be very inconsistent, so it like freaks out a bunch on me, which is why I haven't been using it recently. Doesn't get enough steady power through the hub. It has to be a dedicated source. That way they can save their own carrier. Yeah, that's a smart idea. You're a VR fan. I actually don't have a VR headset yet.
But check your left panel.
Although I don't know how well VR would actually transfer into like actually streaming the game. I feel like it might be look kind of weird. But I've always wanted to try it, and I also want to get to a point someday where I want to be able to have like a, I don't know. I don't even know if they call it like a Wii game remote controller or something, but you know, like one of those prop guns or something. It'd be really cool to have like your own Jurassic Park arcade game, but like literally in VR at your house. That'd be cool. Bit more setup, but you can? Oh. My plan was to wait for the technology to eventually get caught up and to be actual cheaper to consumers. Plus to see if it's actually still going to be like a top contender when it comes to technology. Seems like VR is like one of those 3D glasses where it's like really big for a while, and then it's dead, and then it's really big, and then it's dead. And I feel like that's where we're at, where I think VR tech's going to die off for a while. and then someone else is going to innovate and make something so it's sort of like Ready Player One, and then it'll pick back up again. Or it seems like a lot of major AAA games are not focusing on VR anymore. They were for a little bit, but it seems like that's slowed down quite a bit. You can put overlays in so you can use ED Copilot with voice attack. I do have both those applications. Gotta upgrade my computer first. I feel like that'll be a bigger priority than maybe VR after I get my computer built. Oops. I get it, whoops. There we go. Is that what you do? You use your voice to jump your character to a new system? I feel like that only works on worlds that you can actually pronounce, and there's a lot of very random worlds out in the black that are very unique. Like, I feel like a few systems are really easy to pronounce, and that wouldn't be too bad. Like Jackson's Lighthouse or Jameson's Lighthouse, whatever it is, but... Like, for example, last time we were finding a whole bunch of stuff in the Hype Herald or however you say it. I feel like the AI wouldn't be able to figure out how to map that system because I can't even figure out how to say it. I guess technically I could use, like, the Google voice and hear how Google pronounces it, then pronounce it that way, maybe? But I feel like that'd be more for places that are in the bubble with normal names, like Desiat. I can say Desiat easily. Do we even work with your carrier route? Just need to know the bookmark numbers, so you don't need... oh, you don't need to know the name, really. That's cool. Alright, Mr. Limpet, what do we get?
Focus, Commander. Use
Welcome back online, old.
franchise. Try again, maybe. Well, you wasted a prospector on that depleted asteroid. Well done. You did smart.
Ever tried wing mining? Yeah, we used to. Like I said, my friends used to be really big into the mining, and then occasionally I have one of my friends hop in here and play with me, but most of the time I think they're all burned out on Elite Dangerous, so they don't play anymore. And it's usually always Platinum. Never out here in Parrot's Head, though. It's always been in Capricorn B.
Focus, Commander. Use
31%, not too bad.
Oh, sorry. Wrong franchise.
You only ever mine out here. Nice. I know it's a lot higher yield spot compared to other places. But it's not really been out here too much. I think this is my second night of doing it. My first night, it was in the middle of, I was mining and then the server turned off and I forgot that it was update night. Which was totally my fault. But for some reason I was thinking it was the day after that instead of that night. I think we have 3 carriers out here at the min. I saw the system allows a lot of fleet carriers. There was like 4 different spots that had 16 carriers already.
I think you can do better than that, sir.
Go 20%. $75, $80. What is your favorite ship to mine with then, if you guys are always out here? Keep hoping to eventually find something better than Triple Platinum Hotspot, but I've yet to actually find one. Battlestar Galacticus. Is that where you got that name from? Battlestar Pegasus, that was what your name is. Ah, gotcha. I used the Panther Mark II also. I was kind of hoping that it would have a little bit better combat capabilities.
Spectre says there's not even a sausage, though an asteroid waiting.
Which, I mean, you probably could turn this thing into something usable when it comes to combat, but it does remind me of a few ships from the Alien movies, so we'll give that. A lot of viewers pointed that out to me. But it also gives me vibes of like there was a show called Dark Matter. The ship's name was Raza, and it really reminds me of that ship. But I feel like it would take a lot of engineering to get this thing usable. I'm just surprised how much they're selling it in-game for, though. I think it's like 250 million. So it's not a very cheap ship at all. But he's easy to make in the game. Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's more of a newer person issue. I don't think too many new people would be able to afford this ship for quite some time. Although I guess with the squadron update and people are able to gift money to friends, it's a little bit different story now compared to back then.
Prospector says no. Well, actually, it sounds more like a constipated modem, but you can't hear that.
So if you guys built out here mainly to mine platinum, how often do you guys actually mine out here?
Prospector
35.
Well, actually, it sounds more like a constipated modem, but you can't hear that. Lucky you.
Same mine's a decent mix. Usually it's either here or Capricorn B lately. But I try to dedicate one night a week to mining. Then I trickle in the combat and exploration as well. There'll be a few of us out here at any point. Let's see here. Ooh, nice.
Asteroid scan complete.
How many lists do you run on your Clipper? Oh, you use all 10. Probably could swap a few of my lasers out for a couple more size ones. I think I only had like 3 or 4 at the time though, so I found a build around what I had.
Are you hallucinating glitches now, Commander?
Asteroid scan complete.
All pre-engineered at 2.5k range. So my build, I have, I think it's either 5 or 6 size 2 lasers, and then the rest are the size 1. So it opens it quick, it's just it does overheat a little bit. As long as you keep it about 85, 95 though, you won't actually get any component damage. Yeah, the size 1s have great heat dispersion. Usually most of my asteroids are like that though, where it's like 2 short bursts and it's all done. Oh, you actually fight pirates with it. Interesting. But in the same system as so in Pelongta Station there. I saw that. Seems like they worked on security, which is good. Actually, speaking of that, what is this system actually labeled as? Low security. So maybe it still has some security to work for. That's my fleet carrier right there. So hopefully they keep working on security, that way people aren't going to have an issue with pirates eventually. I am curious though if this system just sort of gets like left behind and people get tired of the colonization and just sort of ruin this area. I'm curious to see what happens with that. I feel like the places around made much more sense than like literally here. Hopefully nothing bad happens, but I guess either way we'll find out eventually. Do they have plans for the system? Oh, do you know the person who colonized it? We talk to them as we are so close. Oh, that's cool. What is their plans for the system then? Hopefully security. 238 limits left. You actually mailed him in-game, though. That's interesting. You believe they're going to try to make it a plat selling system? So maybe in a plat buying system? Wonder if you'd actually be able to manipulate the in-game market enough to do that.
Prospector limpet
I think you can do better than that, sir. Unlucky skipper. Try another one.
asteroid scan complete.
The only disadvantage, which I mean, I guess it really only matters for like newer commanders, but the only disadvantage to selling out here would be the fact that you could still get the merits inside of like the other station areas. I don't think you can actually have your power play faction take over here. It's like if you were also trying to farm up merits, I feel like going to your ground place might still give you a little bit bigger advantage. Unless you're able to also have him claim the site. I haven't really gone too deep into colonization though. You can change the BGS? Oh. My system had an awful default name and I've just stuck with it. I think it's called Smeaton. I just call it Smeagol Station.
I think you can do better than that, sir.
But I've only ever colonized one place.
Asteroid scan complete.
At this point, this system is ruined and now there's a station here. Are you talking about because of potential for pirates, or why is it ruined in your eyes, insert? Might help to actually have the power inside the weapons like I need. You know, I had a bunch of like random cop NPCs do that same thing when I got here. I haven't ran into any pirates yet, but since it's a low security system, until they actually get the security up, that's definitely going to be an issue.
No cause or minerals of interest detected. Check for any surface or subsurface deposits.
Especially if this becomes like a high population system, if they really like fully max everything out here, that could become a thing eventually later on. Depending on what all is actually needed to like fully turn it into a place that can buy platinum.
Doesn't look promising, but check for deposits. Engaging encouragement mode. Come on, Commander. I know you can do this. You muppet. We already scanned that one.
So I mean, Capricornian B is not too bad, but at the same time, I will say like last week when I was doing this, I had 0 people like scanning me, and then today I already had like 2 when I first started. So that was the one nice thing, is that there wasn't anything to like stop you from being scanned. Crap. Speaking of pirates, I saw those yellow dots there. That didn't look good.
No cause detected in that one. Commander.
It's scanned at the start, and there you go. That it's no big issue. Yeah, it's mainly if you exit the ring and back. And it's only if it's security. If it's pirates, if you have any platinum on you, then it'll be a bigger issue. Probably go for about 8 more minutes than left in the stream. I got work early tomorrow morning. Hopefully I can find a few more big size platinum nodes though. Pretty good night though. We made over 1,000 platinum.
Asteroid scan complete.
That's good to know you have fleet carriers out here too. Be fairly easy for commanders to come out with like an exploration ship and just like call their mining ship there and just mine it out that way. Wait for it to get about 50%. My commander name is G1458. Add me in if you're not interested in joining us. We'll help if you need it. Yeah, sure.
Prospector is laughing its ass off at you.
I appreciate the invite. It broke the platinum rule. It's supposed to have another 66 right next to it. It's a little over 5 hours and almost the full 1400 platinum. That's pretty good.
No cause detected.
Engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
We have a private group and you're welcome in there. There is no ganking. I actually play in a private group as well. I don't know, I find the PvP aspect a cool idea in this game, but for a lot of it, it's just more hindrance than really like something that I find interesting.
I think we wasted a prospector unit on that one.
I think the biggest like public group I've been in though is the Axie group. That was pretty cool when we were fighting Thargoids and everything, but other than that, I haven't really gotten into any big private groups in a long time.
The prospector can't see anything of interest. Double check your panel before we move on.
Asteroid scan.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Nothing. Believe on Thursday we'll be out hunting Thargoids.
Nothing of interest detected,
One, that's not horrible.
but check for deposits anyway.
Asteroid scan complete.
Lighting. Only squad of friends in the group, so small, I think 26 in the group, so not huge at all. That's why I was going fast. I forgot I had my cargo scoop up. Yeah, I think I got about 26 in my group too.
Prospector says no.
You're most welcome either way. Thank you, I appreciate it. Alright guys, well, I'm going to have to wrap up here. Thanks so much for all the commanders who stuck around for tonight. Hope everyone enjoyed. Hope everyone has a good afternoon, evening, and morning, and I will catch you guys in the next one. Usually we end up going a little bit later, but like I said, tomorrow I gotta work pretty early, so need to get some sleep before that. And thankfully we didn't run into any pirates. Have a good night, everyone. Thanks again for sticking around.